president addressed the nation outlining the government's plans for this for the 5-year term.
Yes.
What did you make of the president's speech?
The speech is based on the premise that the so-called government of national unity will be in place for the next 5 years. In our view as the MK party, is highly unlikely, given that the parties are fundamentally opposed on so many issues. If you take the ANC and the DA, right, the DA, for example, does not believe that there should be minimum wages. It does not believe in affirmative action. It doesn't believe in anything that the ANC believes in. And then by the same token, you have the ANC with policies that are fundamentally opposed. You look, for example, at the Palestinian issue. That is why the president did not address it. He can't address it because he will have to answer to the DA, because the policies are radically opposed in that regard. So that is the problem. And our view in the MK, this coalition government, like any other coalition government, is going to implode because it is founded on a false premise, right? What had happened, the ANC lost the election. From 57%, Ramaphosa reduced it to 40%. Well done, Ramaphosa. And then they had to hold on to power. The only way to do that was to look for certain parties that were willing to work with the ANC. We were excluded. We were told they don't want to work with us, and the EFF were even called dogs by Helen Zille.
So having said that, then you definitely then have plans to hold the executive to account.
Yes.
I know you're referring to them as the so-called GNU, and you've given us reasons why, because of policy clashes between these parties. But the GNU does not only involve 2 political parties, the ANC and the DA. There's 10 parties in the GNU.
We can analyze them, we can unpack them. One of the things that brings those parties together is funding, right? If I fund you, I will control what you do, I will control what you eat, I can even control what you wear. That's one of the things that put those parties together. And Helen Zille has made it clear that there are 3 founding parties. It is the DA, it is the ANC, and the IFP. She considers herself, on behalf of the DA, that they have a veto power, right? So the other parties are there. Obviously, it's employment opportunities. It's time for blue lights. We have been elected. We are here in Parliament on a mission to uplift the poor, to work for poor people, but most importantly, to ensure that Section 25 of the Constitution is amended so that ultimately property is going to be expropriated without compensation, which will benefit everybody in South Africa. Right.
Now,
sorry, there is another point that you made. Okay, carry on.
Yes, I asked then that what then would be your plans to hold the executive to account? What did the MK plan or the opposition? Because I understand that there is a progressive caucus of opposition parties. What plans do you have to hold the executive to account?
Well, if what the EFF has done in Parliament over the past 10 years is anything to go by, it's a clear indication that as much as numbers are important in politics, EFF was able to hold this government accountable, right, on so many fronts, and they were just alone. Now it's EFF, it's MK, it's ATM, it is NCC and AUT. All 5 parties were a progressive front, that we account for 26%, right, of the people who have voted for us. In other words, we are 102 MPs in the National Assembly. That accounts for 26% altogether.
But the number,
so the numbers have increased.
The number 102 will not give you what you want. You said you want to amend Section 25 of the Constitution, and
that's
you need a
2/3
majority in order to that. How are you going to do that if you only have 102 members as the Progressive Forum?
I will deal with that. Way back in 2017, when the EFF raised the issue of land, there was a public participation forum process. In terms of that public participation process, the result was overwhelming. people voted in favor of expropriation of property without compensation. The ANC got hold of that report. It was swept under the carpet because it was not music to their ears, right? So we know what people want out there. People want their land back, which was taken away from them at gunpoint.
I hear you, Dr. Tlhophe. Please forgive me on this one. I want to take you back again. You have 102 members. You need a two-thirds majority at Parliament in order to amend the Constitution. Yes, the people, with that process that you outlined now, the 2018 process where there was that amendment to Section 25, which did not go through. The people you had spoken, as you have said, they had raised issues and all, but here at Parliament, you need two-thirds in order to pass, to amend the Constitution. How are you going to do that with 102 members? All right.
Had the results of this election not been rigged, had our votes not been stolen, in all probability we're going to get two-thirds majority. We're going to go back to the electorate who brought us back here and carry on with our message of wanting to alleviate poverty and of wanting the Constitution to be changed. But what the results of the process are telling us, people out there want the Constitution to be amended. They want expropriation of land without compensation. But we have ANC politicians, for their own reasons, they are not interested in that. Why? So clearly you have a situation whereby the electorate has given a mandate to the ANC electorate, and that mandate is not carried through. Right? So we are not here to betray the voters.
Dr. Tlhophe,
so if the voters give us the mandate, again, we will make sure that we get what we want.
I must really apologize for cutting you off now, but we'll definitely be inviting you again as parliamentarians. We need to go to the House, which is about to resume. But I would like to thank you very much for taking time off. I hope Mr. Mandela will be on standby, waiting for our call, requesting to continue with this discussion with you on another day, because I still feel that it's an important discussion to have. So I'd like to thank you very much, as I would like to release you to go back to
Thank you so much. On behalf of the MK Party, thank you very much for the opportunity, and we will always be ready to talk about our land. We are not scared to talk about our land. It belongs to us.
Thank you very much, sir. We now take back to the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate you. This 7th administration really feels very different, having a Madam Deputy Speaker such as yourself calling me to the stage. Can I say, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Ministers, honourable members, I must say that yesterday, in this very hall, in this august City Hall, when the President made his speech on a very appropriate date, I could feel the spirit of Tata Nelson Mandela in this very house. Mr. President, I could feel the spirit of hope and optimism for our country. And I could feel the same thing in the Lekgotla over the weekend. Hope, optimism, something that together we are going to build a better future for our children and our grandchildren. The responsibility given to each and every one of us by the voters in this country, and for me, by the voters in this very province. Mr. President, the weavers and the builders of the Western Cape are ready to play their part to build South Africa, to play their part in supporting this government of national unity. But, Mr. President, we will not only support the government of national unity, we will also make sure that the Western Cape plays its part in building a better future. But at the same time, we have a lot of work to do, and we will also hold, Mr. President, this government of national unity to account for the citizens of the Western Cape. Sometimes there will be robust debate, because I am absolutely committed to make sure that at the same time, on behalf of the citizens of this great province, the Western Cape, we do the very best we can to build a better Western Cape while we are building a better South Africa. Mr. President, I want to base everything I do on saying that we need to give everyone an absolute fair chance. And therefore, my first point that I want to raise on behalf of the citizens of this province, the Western Cape, that we need to make sure we get our fair share. Mr. President, we know that this province is currently the fastest growing province in South Africa. We heard that at the Lekgotla from the Statistician General. We know that we are now the province with the third most citizens, the third largest population in our country. But, Mr. President, we get the fifth most budget. We need to make sure, and I will fight for our fair share of the budget in this province. Mr. President, but I will also work with the province of Gauteng and the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because they also need to make sure they get the fair share of budget, because we are fast growing, and I promise you it is education, it is health that feel the brunt, because we have more and more learners and more patients in our hospitals. But, Mr. President, I really do welcome the call yesterday. I welcome this Government of National Unity's positioning that we feel around a massive disaster. As I speak, and as we walked out for lunch, it was pouring with rain still in this province. We have had more than a week of solid rain, devastating weather, more than 200,000 citizens in this province displaced because of this weather incident that has now been declared a disaster. More than 44,000 structures damaged and destroyed. Many roads. As I stand here, more than 70 roads still underwater. But, Mr. President, it is about disasters. And I must say to Minister Schlabise, to the Deputy Minister, to the way that you reacted to this disaster, there's a new feeling behind this Government of National Unity, Mr. President. On Friday, we wrote to the Minister saying, this needs a declaration of disaster. On Friday, we got an answer to say yes. On Monday, the Minister and the Deputy Minister came to visit. I want to say thank you very much. There's a new feeling to build a new and better country. But Mr. President, we will still fight in policing. Minister Mchunu, thank you very much for coming to visit us tomorrow, to come to listen, because our citizens feel gangsterism and crime every day. I am still going to work with you, but I'm going to fight for more devolution of power. I do believe it's the right thing to do, and I believe we will base it on data and evidence. And together, we will come up with solutions that will make it safer for the citizens in our province. Mr. President, I will support you on infrastructure, because if we don't have infrastructure enabling the growth and economic growth of our province and our country, we will not be able to deliver what we need to deliver. And that is electrical infrastructure, road infrastructure.
Honourable Premier, your time has expired.
Do I not get a closing comment, Madam Deputy Speaker?
Sorry, no.
I can't even do what was done before lunch. I hereby commit the Western Cape to building a better South Africa, to supporting the Government of National Unity, but we will make sure that this province gets its fair share while we are playing our fair part. Thank you very much.
I now call on Honourable the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Presiding Officers of Parliament, President and Deputy President of the Republic, members of the National Executive, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Quite clearly, our country is standing at a crossroads. On the one hand, We face a tipping point if we maintain the status quo, responsible for South Africa not realizing its full potential. On the other hand, we can positively disrupt the status quo with pragmatic interventions that yield positive outcomes. As the DTIC group, our decision is clear in working to support and enhance the programs instructively outlined by the President in his speech last night. This is important, especially if we calculate the costs of poverty, which constitutes 60% of the national budget. The reality is that we have to adopt a mission-oriented approach to industrial policy and strategy as articulated by Mariana Mazzucato. As Mazzucato argues, such a strategy is about co-creating markets instead of fixing markets and designing reciprocal partnerships around shared goals that produce shared value. She further argues that it requires a view of the state not just as a market fixer, but rather as a market shaper. As such, we must implement with laser focus the program of priorities outlined in the GNU to benefit all South Africans, most particularly the women, the youth, and people with disabilities. If we do not implement programmatic priorities of social justice, redress, and poverty alleviation, then our nation-building and social cohesion projects will remain an elusive ideal. In line with what was said by the President when talking about smart industrial policy, the DTIC group will implement sectoral plans building on the successes recorded in the automotive, clothing and textile, retail, and agro-processing sectors. Every year, the South African economy spends 25% of the national wealth created on imported goods. Not only is this propensity to import much greater than our competitor countries, it is also out of sync with our development needs. We will reverse this in pharmaceutical and medical devices, green industries, food products, and manufactured goods, amongst others. Smart industrial policies and programs are being implemented to respond to the global market trends towards electric vehicles. As you know, in February this year, the Minister of Finance announced that the government will introduce an investment allowance for new investments. This will see producers having the opportunity to claim 150% of qualifying investment expenditure of electric and hybrid-powered vehicles within the initial year. Our structural transformation relating to PPP is the DTIC group will use the public procurement regime to advance PPP and SMEs. We will work with the National Treasury to ensure that the procurement bills under consideration for the President will be implemented. We are also aware
ACDP agrees, Mr. President, that we have a responsibility for each other, and our well-being cannot be separated from that of our fellow South Africans. This is a responsibility that we as politicians, and indeed you, Mr. President, cannot renege on, for we are our brother's keeper. The first two GNU priorities of driving inclusive growth and job creation, and secondly, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, is going to be a mammoth task. Why? Because we are currently facing a fiscal crisis. We have a debt to GDP of some 74%, a budget deficit of over 300 billion, which will be added to the already accumulated debt of over 5 trillion. Our debt service costs are crowding out key service delivery programs from our different departments. We have a shrinking tax base where 3 million taxpayers contribute 95% of government revenue. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. Budgets in most departments have been cut and austerity measures implemented. Mr. President, the red tape that you have spoken of over so many years has now become so long that it is strangling SMMEs and economic growth. This, Mr. President, has happened under your watch, adding five more years to your 9 wasted years. So what budget cuts mean is that for the next financial year, service delivery will be impeded. Your third priority of building a capable and ethical and developmental state points to a current incapable state, incapable of carrying out programs set in our department's APPs, incapable of carrying out effective service delivery, evidenced by all of the service delivery protests across the country, incapable of protecting our communities, evidenced by our high crime rate and drug-infested communities where policemen and women are on the take. Additionally, underscored by a murder rate of 70 people per day and over 130 women that are raped in South Africa every day. And so when we speak of building a capable, ethical, developmental state, it is against this backdrop that it has to be created. Mr. President, our President, Dr. Meshwe, warned you about inviting the judgment of God upon yourself and your party regarding the hypocritical international position taken on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Let this be your second warning. The ACDP agrees with the economic growth that is inclusive and transformational. We disagree on the how paradigm and have stated multiple times that race-based policies are a hindrance to structural reform and economic growth. The ACDP has an unselfish love and commitment to the people of South Africa. We strive and will continue to strive to use our skills, talents, and resources to enhance South Africa's competitive and comparative advantages and leverage on our economies of scale so as to grow our industrial base and reduce unemployment. This is the commitment of the ACDP to South Africa. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Breitenbach to the podium.
Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members, as a matter of legal history, it is broadly accepted that there were two primary evils in the apartheid legal order: parliamentary supremacy and strict legal positivism. Parliamentary supremacy, in simple terms, meant that Parliament could pass laws in an unconstrained manner, and those who applied the law had to give effect to these laws, irrespective of whether they believed it to be right or wrong. In this regard, former Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke pointed out that, and I quote, "Under apartheid, Parliament enjoyed supremacy, and no constitutional Bill of Rights provided any fetter on its legislative powers. Oppressive laws passed by Parliament could, for the most part, not be challenged by the courts. The apartheid regime was sustained by a lack of accountability and the construct of parliamentary sovereignty. At the time when the South African Parliament enjoyed parliamentary sovereignty, the appellate division and the judiciary more generally was a weak check on Parliament's powers. Parliament essentially enjoyed a monopoly on power, a close quote. Other academic legal scholars have also analysed the damage caused by the system of parliamentary supremacy and the related tendency for other state organs to simply apply the laws. In this regard, one such commentator remarked that it is essential that we should learn to say no to unwarranted parliamentary violations of human rights, and advocated for the establishment of a true human rights culture in our country, arguing forcefully that to achieve this, the rule of law must be strongly supported. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, this commentator is none other than Dr. Don Hlophe. In a learned article in the South African Law Journal of February 1995, it is the very same Dr. Hlophe who now proclaims that our legal system, the one transformed from an apartheid-enabling system to one founded on the rule of law and human rights, is nothing but a system imposed upon us by our former colonizers, and is, if not the problem, then at least part of the problem in our country. He is, of course, now the leader of the MK party in this House. A cursory reading of the election manifesto of the MK party makes it very clear that they are not constitutionally inclined. Their goal, clearly stated, is to destroy our constitution. A constitution painstakingly drafted, lauded internationally, and one that has served us well. MK would replace our constitutional democracy with a government of parliamentary supremacy. Now, we know from our painful history that it is precisely that structure of government that gave rise to apartheid, the passing of racially discriminatory laws, and the causing of untold misery for all South Africans. Yet, upon entering the service of South Africans in this House, all MK MPs, like all other MPs, swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Those who drafted our Constitution did not contemplate a situation where those found wanting, when entrusted with upholding our Constitution, could simply move to another position where the same obligation was to be sworn to. However, the drafters, in their infinite wisdom, gifted us with the safeguard that to break down into constitutional supremacy and the rule of law requires the support of at least 75% of the members of this House. They did this because they realized that we needed a definitive break with parliamentary supremacy if our constitutional democracy is to withstand those who try to subvert it. This firewall we will work ceaselessly to protect. The parliamentary leader of MK also swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when he became a judge, an oath that he regarded with such frivolity that he has become the first judge to be impeached in democratic South Africa for behaviour so odious, so beyond the pale, that he was found guilty of gross misconduct by the Judicial Services Commission. Now, this is the man who is before you all today, a man who swore an oath repeatedly to defend and uphold our Constitution, yet he has now a stated intent to destroy our constitutional democracy. This is the type of political smoke and mirror game that is to be expected, a true homecoming for someone who has always seen himself as a politician, a man who cannot be trusted. Our Constitution embodies a never-again moment.
Please take your seat. Would you please take your seat? There is a point of order.
Honourable Speaker, I rise on the point of order. Rule 43, actually 53 is very clear that we can't have a member insinuating or insulting and disrespectful to another member of Parliament. Rule 53 is very clear. So if Honourable Breitenbach can withdraw that, because she forgets herself that she's from NPA and she was charged criminally, so she can't impugn this to another member of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In your point of order, you in fact did the exact same thing as what you are accusing the Honourable Member at the podium. Honourable Members, order. Honourable Breitenbach, you came extremely close to falling foul of Rule 53. So please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I see it is... Our Constitution embodies a never again moment. Never again will we allow the rule of men to threaten our democracy, our human rights and our freedom. We will work ceaselessly during this 7th administration, from one debate to the next, to expose those who yearn for the system that enabled personal ambitions to trump the law. I thank you.
I now call on the Honourable Mao Mapelo.
Madam Deputy Speaker and the collective of the Presidium, the President and the collective of the Executive, the collective of the honorable members who are the first line and the last line of defense in executing oversight over the Executive, all members who are following the proceedings of today here on the debate of the speech of the President. Honorable members, from the outset, we need to make it plainly clear that our quest to build a better Africa and a better world is a necessary strategic goal that we need to strive for. This necessary strategic goal is anchored on 3 pillars. The first pillar is our national interests, which must under all circumstances supersede any other interest. The second pillar is the necessary understanding that the struggle we prosecute to build a better Africa and a better world is a struggle that is in perpetuity. It's like a road that is perpetually under construction. And the third pillar is based on the understanding that the African National Congress is not in the business of political pendularism. Because the ANC ideologically is very much steadfast, it doesn't act like a pendulum. Therefore, this necessary understanding of the third pillar is important because building a better Africa and a better world is something which we as the leadership collectively have to understand that its dynamics are based on us having to internalize the fact that we must master the art of managing contradictions globally. It is in this context, honorable members, to not only understand but to internalize the reality that the leadership to whom we bestow the responsibility to build a better Africa and a better world must at all material times seek to improve their individual and collective understanding, as I've already said. We must also make it patently clear that our approach as the ANC on matters of international relations and cooperation is premised on solid principles of democracy, peace, respect for sovereignty, anti-imperialism, cooperation, respect, and adherence to the rule of law, among other things. Bequeathed to us as this House and society in general, it is the unparalleled international solidarity work done by President Oliver Tambo and the African National Congress when they spared no energy nor strength to do work with the international community to bring about democracy in this country. Everything that they embarked upon to make sure that we annihilate, throttle, weaken, and ultimately defeat the monster of colonialism and apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations, was done to precision and at all material times making sure that the entire globe is mobilized behind that task. In the same context, Madam Presiding Officer, bequeathed to us as a living generation is the practical step as part of our international solidarity undertaken, we welcomed and supported, which was welcomed and supported by the Algerian people when Nelson Mandela went out as part of practical expression of solidarity and got training for military purposes of executing the struggle in our country. When the Land Act was introduced by our oppressors in 1913, the leaders of our people, through the then SANNC, sought to embark on various initiatives internationally as part of diplomacy through deputations and petitions to make sure that Britain hears the call of South Africans here for them to get their land back. 111 years later, we are still firm on the international solidarity work to build a better Africa and a better world. This work that we do, honorable members, whether it's on Palestine, whether it's making sure that we participate in the United Nations and all its ancillary bodies, making sure that there's peace in the African continent, making sure that we, as a country, the SADC work that is aimed at not only developing SADC economies, but also making sure that we cooperate with our SADC countries to build neighborliness is part of our approach as the African National Congress on international relations. We have 370 trade agreements. Those trade agreements in the long term should find expression in the type of South Africa we seek to build, which is non-sexist, non-racial, and prosperous. The BRICS work that we do with countries that have been in BRICS and those that have joined BRICS is aimed at nothing else but making sure that we continue our quest to build a better Africa and a better world. The economy of Africa that we are trying to build, integrate, and grow through the AFCTA is aimed also at making sure that part of the integration of the African continent includes necessary matters of growing its economies. I want to, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, because I can see the time is running out, to quote Pixley Kaisaka Seme. Pixley Kaisaka Seme said, "Today, we as the African people, the animosity that exists between the Zulus and the Tsongas, between the Basotus, and every native must be buried and forgotten. It has shed among us sufficient blood. We are one people. These divisions, these jealousies, are the cause of all our woes and all our backwardness and ignorance," close quote. We, the African people, honorable members, it is utmost necessary to bequeath to future generations a crystallized, solid, unshakable African unity upon which a non-racial, non-sexist, and a proper society will be built. This is an almost solemn prerequisite for us to succeed in building a better Africa and a better world. Ke a leboga, Musa Kgotso.
I now invite Honourable the Chief Whip of the Council in
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, Mayor Diza, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Province, Mayor Tsipani, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, President of SALGA, Honourable members. Indeed, the official opening of the democratically elected 7th Democratic Parliament yesterday marked yet another important chapter in the evolution of the constitutional democracy. We are truly humbled that the official opening of the 7th of Parliament took place on a day that is dedicated to honor and celebrate the indelible legacy of our icon of global peace, humanity, and freedom, the late former President Nelson Mandela, as we honor the iconic life of the President Nelson Mandela in his self-service to humanity. We reaffirm our pledge to continue to work and tirelessly to liberate all our people from the persistent bondages of the legacy of poverty, deprivation, suffering, and all forms of discrimination and suffering that our people face. We do so, Deputy Speaker, because we must ensure that indeed we live and see in practice the concept of the people shall govern that the Freedom Charter spoke of in 1955. To achieve this, Deputy Speaker, we must have a People's Parliament and parliamentary constituency offices that are used as springboards for community outreach work. These offices must be the hub for advice, the engine rooms for discussion, and center where communities can receive. Indeed, we must appreciate the confidence in which our President took us into by convening the 7th Parliament, this joint sitting, to be able to take us through the priorities that the government of GNU has identified. Indeed, this is a confirmation that as the 7th Parliament, we reassure you, President, that this will be an activist parliament. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President has correctly characterized the May 29 national and provincial elections and their outcome that will go down in the narration of the profound stories of our democratic transition as one of the key chronicles of change since 1994. They are among the most critical watersheds in the evolution of our democracy. We deeply appreciate the role that our masses, our people, and their political mass democratic movements, the religious formations, women, youth, business, traditional leaders, have played in making sure that these elections further reaffirm our common destiny. As the African National Congress, Deputy Speaker, we take part in this debate with clear conscience that the formation of an inclusive government of national unity under the leadership of the mighty African National Congress remains a viable reality dictated by the popular will of the people. And as the Freedom Charter proclaims, there is no government that can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we commit to rally the 7th Parliament behind the President's vision because it is based on the government state-year review of South Africa's democracy, which indeed provided detailed boilerplate of the state of our nation and documents in great detail the significant successes that our nation has made since the fall of apartheid in 1994. Of course, it also narrates stark challenges that our people still face, as we steadfastly wage a concerted battle against the legacy of apartheid, colonialism, segregation, and apartheid special settlement. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the malignance of corruption, hard-pressed state capacity to provide basic services to the people, especially the local government, and the poor economic performance are among the critical setbacks and challenges of the democratic state over the recent past that the President has correctly identified as among the key strategic priorities of the 7th administration. As identified in the diagnostic report of the National Planning Commission, the fragmented planning, competing roles and poor policy coordination are among the key areas in the three spheres of our democratic governance that has to be attended to. Honorable President, as the African National Congress, we reaffirm our pledge to the people of South Africa to work with everyone and all sectors of our society in pursuit of Nelson Mandela's vision of a better future. We owe it to the legacy of President Nelson Mandela to join all our efforts in ensuring that our Constitution remains the firm and sole roadster that binds into the shared agenda founded on the values of human dignity. The Constitution, Honorable Deputy Speaker, locates the National Council of Province as the only legislative chamber whose oversight straddles across the three spheres of system of democratic governance. This gives it the unique and differentiated oversight role with immense possibilities, not only to strengthen integrated cooperative governance among the three spheres of our system of democratic governance, these three spheres that are distinct, interrelated, and interdependent. But therefore, the role of the NCOP at the cutting edge of strengthening our system of local government cannot be overemphasized. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the NCOP has three flagship programs that we will be pursuing as part and parcel of strengthening Parliament as an activist one. Taking Parliament to the people, the NCOP Provincial Week, and then the NCOP Local Government Week. These programs have deepened the dialogue among the three spheres. Also, as the 7th Parliament, we recommit ourselves to ensure that the district development vendor will also be on our radar. Mr. President and honorable members, among the abiding critical lessons of the last 8 years of our democracy are three interrelated fundamental questions that require honest conversation and policy rethink if we are to turn our system of local government around in a more meaningful way. First is the current funding model of local government appropriate to address the developmental challenges of our communities. Secondly, how do we measure up the success of our democracy and the intervention of Parliament in the midst of municipalities that fail to fulfill their obligations in terms of the Constitution? And lastly, to what extent has our current public participation model fostered a responsive activist people's parliament? Indeed, the planning cycle of the committees of the 7th administration will definitely ensure that these three fundamental questions are responded to. But critical to that is the issue of public participation. Because, Mr. President, in the seminal Lamusa judgment, the court has outlined two interrelated important points when it comes to the importance of public participation. First, the duty of Parliament to provide meaningful opportunity for participation, and secondly, the obligation and commitment by Parliament to demonstrate the willingness to integrate people's voices in the policy making, and if not so, evidence to the effect why the views are not being integrated. In the same breath, our oversight, the success of our oversight must be measured by the impact that it makes in changing the lives of our people. This will require conscious and deliberate scrutiny of the reports of the relevant Chapter 9 institutions and partnering with them around key service delivery issues. Mr. President, allow me in conclusion to assure you and the collective leadership of the African National Congress that we are fully behind you, and history will vindicate you for having risen to the challenges when it was so much required, by avoiding to pay to the public gallery, by avoiding narrow choices that could have deepened the polarization of this country along the identities defined by the apartheid colonial heritage. You have stood true to the historic mission of the founding fathers of the African National Congress to unite the people in their diversity for the pursuit of one common national destiny of a better quality life for all. We pledge ourselves to continue supporting you, your efforts to liberate all our people from the continuing bondages of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender oppression, and other discrimination. We recommit ourselves to working tirelessly to ensure that the reconstruction of our nation is complete and triumph in the effort to implant hope in the hearts of our people. Ke a leboga, Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, democratic governance is always in a state of flux. It goes through various phases, which is constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed. South Africans have actually asked us to reconstruct our democratic systems of governance. In so doing, I think what is important for us is the development of an overarching national narrative about what should be the priorities and development goals of our country as we go forward. And we do so in a manner that ensures that there's no contradiction between our founding principles or whatever program we are going to develop and the social realities on the ground. The other important issue, President, is that it is clear when you hold to account the various government departments that there has been no alignment, rather, between the National Development Plan and some of the annual performance plans of the different departments. If plans are going to be developed for the next 5 years, it's important the medium-term development plan you were talking about, it's important that there's alignment so that people are held to account for the targets that they are going to set going forward. President, South Africa faces a cost of living crisis of gargantuan proportions, with rocketing food and fuel prices, while aggressive interest rate hikes erode our people's disposable income. According to a research conducted recently, the annual average of a household food basket has increased by a whopping 64% from 2019 to 2023. And Stats SA General Household Service showed an indication that in 2022, social grants became number 2 as the source of income for households in our country, which means our people are living in poverty. But what is even worse is that while the 350 rands, which provides our people with a much-needed relief, it falls short of the inflation-adjusted national food poverty line, which stands at about $760 per person per month, which means we require the introduction of a basic income grant. In light of the issues and the myriad of socio-economic challenges facing the country, such as the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, it is morally difficult to justify a milli-money state that provides no social safety net or security net for the poor. However, a durable solution to our problem in our country centers around the issue you cited yesterday, which is reigniting the economic growth of our country and putting our economy back on track. One of the issues you cited was the importance or the need for the reindustrialization of the South African economy. We support that entirely. Why? Because economic literature is replete with empirical evidence about the relationship, especially the positive correlation that exists between reindustrialization or industrializing and development in a country. However, it means that when we implement the new reindustrialization strategy, it must be done in a non-conventional sense. One, for example, It cannot be the domain of one department. We have to ensure that it requires an intensive coordination across a range of government departments in order for it to work. The other issue is that we need to maintain intersectoral linkages that are important to enhance and inform the robustness of the industrial policy design and implementation across government, meaning it's a mindset, it's not a one-off issue. President, one of the issues which is important for us to consider is where we need to make sure that we maintain our energy independence as much as we're trying to move towards an energy mix, because without energy independence, you lose your sovereignty as a country. Crime intelligence is a challenge, and violent crime is a problem in South Africa, which requires the attention of South Africa and us to invest money, because our people in communities are living in fear. I've cited this in the budget report of police. It's well worth repeating, because that is what is destroying our economies. Thank you.
And I'll call on the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, the Honourable Deputy President, members of the Executive, and honourable members. Mr. President, there is little to disagree with in what you said last night in outlining the matters that need yours and our collective urgent attention. The issues keeping South Africans awake at night have been self-evident for years. The goals we set for dealing with the same are also obvious. Which president would not say they want the best schooling for their country's children to guarantee a better future for them and our nation? Which president would not say they want safe, prosperous communities? And so, Mr. President, you said many of the right things. But it is also true to say that we live in a time that demands more of you and demands more of us in this House. We need a new language that reflects a new attitude on the same issues that are the symptoms of our ills as a society. We are a society where public servants live in fear of getting killed, such as Advocate Nodier, who was doing work for SARS and was shot and critically injured in eThekwini yesterday, in broad daylight. She was shot by assailants who strolled over to their getaway car. The rich walk and drive around surrounded by people armed with firearms bigger than those carried by your protectors, Mr. President. They send a message that says our state is weak and not the center of democratic power it must be. We are becoming numb to human suffering. Millions of people that in today's weather get to confront the depth of the indignity that torments their lives. And that this is where many children are born into inhumanity, grow up in inhumanity, lose hope, and die poor, having never seen the promised land. That, Mr. President, is a profound crisis. It was in this building just over 34 years ago, Mr. President, that you, as a much younger man, held the bullhorn for a revered Madiba as he addressed the South African people the day he walked out of prison. As you know, that was also a time of crisis. It was a crisis so deep that the very birth of our democracy was hailed as a miracle. Today, we have another profound crisis that needs another miracle. The symbolism of this venue and the fact of Madiba's birthday yesterday offers you and all of us an opportunity to challenge ourselves anew. I want to challenge you, Mr. President, that in your response next week, you speak to the South African soul. I ask you to do more than offer objectives and targets. I ask you to inspire, to unite, not just your cabinet, but an entire nation crying for new hope. Yesterday, you promised that in due course you will revert with clear targets and timelines and fiscal allocations for all the themes you addressed in your speech. Urgency is the currency of the times in which we now live. Bring those commitments back to this House so they can form the basis of the contract Parliament uses to hold the executive accountable. There are many of us who understand that being here is a sacred duty. So we will do our duty vigorously, but always in good faith, because this is exactly how the founders of our democratic system wanted it to work. Mr. President, you represent the last of the generation that both fought for freedom and lived to lead in what was supposed to be the promised land. None of us has the luxury of time. Our system of government gives us 5 years to write a different legacy, to hand over a baton filled with hope for future generations who have an opportunity to write, through our actions, a brilliant narrative for the next 30 years of our national life. To paraphrase the great Dalibunga, we dare not linger, for with freedom come responsibilities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next on the speakers list is the Honourable Herika.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In die belang van tyd gaan ek ook net sê alle protokol gaan af. Die opening toespraak van president Ramaphosa gisteraand sou mense wat vir die eerste keer na hom geluister het in ekstase en in opgewondenheid gehad het. Dit was gevul met goeie stories en vol beloftes. Ek het ook gehoor van klaarblyklike suksesse van werkskepping en ekonomiese groei. Ek is met eens herinner aan dat diezelfde storie van beloftes en 'n beter lewe vir almal ook voorgehou was by die president se Tumamina toespraak in die 2018 State of the Nation Address. Na sy joviale toespraak en beloftes het egter bitter min gebeur vir agtergeblewe Suid-Afrikaners. Inteendeel, onder die regering van president Ramaphosa het die werkloosheidssyfer die hoogte ingeskiet, informele nedersettings het vermeerder, meer besighede het al deure toegemaak, dienslewering protesoptogte het toegeneem en geweld en misdaad het deel geword van ons volk se daaglikse bestaan. As 'n bruin Suid-Afrikaner is ek hewig ontsteld dat my mense se omstandighede onder die Ramaphosa-regering verder agteruit gegaan het. Die bruin volk het 'n vergete volk geword onder u regering, meneer die president. Die bruin volk leef van die krummels van die basis se tafels af. Ons identiteit is vinnig besig om te verdwyn nadat die front van ons voorouers met alle mag onder ons uitverkoop word aan die ryk ontwikkelaars, wit ontwikkelaars. Onder u regering is daar bitter min gedoen om die grondregte van die Khoi en die San volk te herstel. Die sogenaamde proses van restitusie het 'n vaardroom geword vir miljoene breinmense. Breinmense leef in erger en groter verdrukking as voor 1994. Swart en bruin kinders sit met kwalifikasies en grade sonder werk. Dit terwyl u roem daarin dat 2 miljoen werksgeleenthede deur u regering geskep is. Dit maak nie sin nie, ons kan dit nêrens sien nie. Breinmense in die Weskaap leef in haglike omstandighede. Bende geweld het 'n daaglikse fenomeen geword in ons woongebiede. Bejaardes en vroue en kinders is gevangenes in hul eie huise en omgewing. Gebiede soos Mitchellsplein, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Hanover Park, Eerste Rivier, Eldorado Park en vele meer het oorlogsones geword en no-go areas geword. Dit terwyl witgebiede dag en nag gepatrolleer word deur die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens. 'n Totale sosiale verval is aanwesig in veral breingebiede. Tienerswangerskappe het die hoogte ingeskiet. Hierdie jong meisies het geen vooruitgang op 'n beter toekoms nie. Hulle enigste hoop is die social grant om hulself en hul kinders aan die lewe te hou. Dit alles is as gevolg van hul omstandighede, soos oorbevolking in klein huisies. Baie van hulle het al oopgemaak in 'n agterplaas, groot geword in 'n hok en kinders gekry in dieselfde hok. Dit is die uiterste patetiese omstandighede waaronder ons mense hulle bevind onder ANC-regering in Suid-Afrika. Daarom sukkel ek persoonlik om te verstaan waar dit so goed gaan in ons land as die arme massas in sulke omstandighede lewe. Gesondheidsorg het verval in groot dele van ons land. Maar u regering wil die National Health Insurance Bill in ons volk se kele afdruk. Daar is baie gekwalifiseerde dokters wat werkloos is, maar tot 'n skande word meer geld gesteel onder u bewind as om dokters aan te stel. Die vlakke van korrupsie het groter toegeneem onder u regering en 'n voetesleepery om korrupsie te arresteer het 'n trademark van u regering geword. Diegene wat in die binnekring is onaantastbaar. Staatsmasjinerie word eerder ingespan om politieke opponente te elimineer. Hulle wie die duurste met hulle lewens betaal het om ons land te bevry van apartheid, diskriminasie en kolonialisme, het dit alles verniet gedoen. Die ideaal van 'n vrye en demokratiese samelewing is in die drein af. Die oomblik toe u die nasate van apartheid argitekte en beginsigtes opgeneem het in die sogenaamde regering van nasionale eenheid. Ironies genoeg is die grootste beginsigtes weer eens wit Suid-Afrika wat baat gevind het by die onderdrukking van bruin, Indiër en swart mense. Weer eens wit Suid-Afrika wat baat gevind het by mags- en menseregte vergrype, hulle vind nou baat. Hoe kan ons vrede maak met 'n regering van nasionale eenheid as die proses van versoening en vergifnis nog nie afgehandel is nie? En ons leef nie in die verlede nie, meneer Guyton McKenzie. We don't live in the past, we live in the current. Ons leef in die realiteit waarin ons onsself bevind in die hedendaagse Suid-Afrika. I close. To the embarrassment and disgrace of all freedom fighters and peace-loving people in our country, some of your cabinet ministers, Mr. President, defend the inclusion of the stem in our national anthem. The stem is a racist, anti-transformation, filthy, apartheid song that has no place in our democratic dispensation. It is hurting. It is hurting the racist. It is hurting the millions of South Africans who suffered the evil of racist white South Africa. The stem is a cause of trauma to millions who were oppressed, discriminated against, subjugated, evicted, and forcefully removed and displaced. Today, Mr. President, I close. The EFF reminds you of the Arab Spring of 2010. The factors that led to this uprising were human rights violations, corruption, economic decline, unemployment, and extreme poverty, such as experienced in South Africa today. Your government of national unity,
your time has expired.
Your government of national unity will not be able to stop a similar event if you do not take decisive action and restore the dignity of the masses by doing justice to the marginalized, poor, and vulnerable section of our community. Forward.
I now call upon the next honourable member to speak, and that is the Honourable Maimane. You have 4 minutes.
Honourable members, fellow South Africans, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Bagaid Sudumelang. Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry. Let me begin by welcoming last night's address by the President on the opening of Parliament. I think none of us can deny that the ideals that the President put forward can be things that are not desirable to the people of this country. The speech in its entirety outlined 12 priorities to which I think none of us could deny the fact that we are in desperate need of those things, and many of them we've heard them before. But as Build One South Africa, I want to reaffirm that we want to play a constructive role in being able to hold the executive to account and speak about where we go in terms of this government of national unity. It's in the light of that spirit that I want to, Mr. President, look at perhaps a 30-year period since 1994 and ahead to 2030, highlighting some lessons we can learn. The first is perhaps the period between 2000 to 2010. What could be defined from unity to execution? We had one priority, which was to focus on delivering a sensible World Cup. We averaged growth of 3.5%. Because we did one thing, we narrowed priorities. We prioritized policing and started to spend more on policing and saw the reduction of murder. We borrowed to fund infrastructure rather than to keep our social spend. Mr. President, it's worth noting the fact that at that time, that cabinet was much smaller than what it is today. I guess the lesson we can learn from that decade is that when we prioritize, choose priorities, we deliver growth. 12 priorities is just too many, Mr. President. I would urge we narrow them down and give South Africans a singular focus we can achieve collectively as a people. Secondly, Mr. President, I would urge that in learning from that, let's not borrow to fund our social spend. Let's borrow to build infrastructure. That way we can deliver growth. The second decade to look at is a decade between 2010 to 2020. This was a decade of great interest to many South Africans because in many ways we moved from public finance becoming personal finance. The state became a tool for individuals. And so I urge, we can have a government of national unity, but we dare not forget that we've lived through a decade of VBS, of Steinhoff, of state capture, and I would urge, Mr. President, all acts of corruption must be arrested. Unity does not erase it. I ask. Sorry, Chairperson. Can you protect me? I can't.
Order, honourable members. Let the speaker on the podium have his say.
So, Mr. President, let me ask, rather than funding VIP security, let us fund the NPA and the SIU and get after wrongdoers. I welcome your focus on local government, Mr. President, but again, I urge you, local government doesn't fail for lack of summits. It fails primarily because state capture is still occurring there still. Let me go to the third decade because that's going to be the most important, from 2020 to 2030. I cite this because 6 years from now will be 2030 and the NDP was meant to be done. Mr. President, this will be a period defined by geopolitics.
Start rounding up.
Oh. So, in this particular period, let me highlight a few things that COVID have taught us. The first is that we introduce a 350 SRD grant. Mr. President, let me ask you, let's convert this to a basic income grant so that we can budget for it in the midterm. The second is, let's educate our young people. They're not competing with each other, they're competing with the world. So I would urge, Mr. President, let's ensure that we scrap the 30% pass mark. Lastly, Mr. President, let's move from fossil energy to sustainable energy and make this country the battery center of this world. We do this, by 2030 we'll tell our children that we were able to grow an economy and develop a future for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I call upon the next speaker, and that is the Honourable Ryder. Honourable Ryder, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, and all South Africans, what an historic moment in our young democracy's evolution this is. What an honor it is to be part of this historic joint sitting, and what an honor it is for me to be part of the team in Parliament where we hope to restore the reputation of our Parliament to one that performs rigorous oversight over the work of the ministers and their departments. The role of the National Council of Provinces has previously been the target of pejorative nicknames, and this has been partly deserved, as the dominance of one party overwhelmed the rest, diluted the oversight role, and reduced our House to little more than a rubber stamp. That time is over. Section 42 of the Constitution directs the NCOP to ensure that the interests of provinces are furthered during the creation of legislation and in the subsequent monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of these laws. Importantly, though, Section 44 gives an additional role and charges the House with the performance of a senatorial role over legislation that does not directly impact provinces. What this means is that, noting the new composition of the NCOP, money bills and Section 75 legislation will no longer be able to be rushed through the NCOP with a predetermined outcome. Indeed, we saw substantial amendments to, amongst others, the Public Procurement Bill and the Bail Bill as they were put through our committees in the NCOP in the 6th Parliament. That will continue. Senates and upper houses around the world are retained for their moderative influence over legislation in a less politically charged environment than the bigger assemblies. The NCOP is no different. The voters of South Africa delivered a clear message to political parties during the election. That message told us that no one party has all of the answers, and that we will need to put our heads together and seek solutions to take our diverse nation's needs into consideration as we find ways to rescue South Africa from the steep downward trajectory that has been driven by those who would break down what we have. We have been given a mandate by the electorate to cooperate and find the best in each other, compromising our solutions, but only when there is a better option that puts South Africa first. Where a whole new solution needs to be crafted, this must be done. That is the work of the President and the Executive. As we enter a new era of balance and compromise, it will be the role of both houses of Parliament to ensure that the laws presented meet this mandate, and that the implementation of these laws and the wider focus of government departments as well all meet the standards that South Africans wish to see from this government. Mr. President, your speech last night was filled with hope. You reassured us that you know where the problems lie, and you know what direction to take to set things right. So if I can repeat a line from my speech from the joint sitting when we debated the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, I said, bring the good legislation and we will help you pass it. Our position on this has not changed. We are here to build South Africa. The select committees of the National Council of Provinces will do our part to ensure that good legislation is passed and to ensure that bills are improved following consultation with provinces and with the public. And then we will monitor the departments on the implementation. Mr. President, congratulations on your election. Congratulations on filling a cabinet that reflects the response to the mandate that the voters have given us. We look forward to hosting you in the NCOP and your deputy and the ministers. You will be called there to account for all of your decisions. If you have done your job as demanded by South Africans, it will be a comfortable affair. But where there are failures, expect to be called out and asked to explain what solutions you are proposing. For many years, Mr. President, I've ended my speeches with a Sesotho call to action because I am, after all, from Gauteng. That call to action has never been more apt. Ritswelopele, Kalfela, Kialaboga.
Thank you. And now I call upon the next speaker, that is the Honorable the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Deputy Minister, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Mdumiseni Ntuli, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Honorable members, fellow South Africans, allow me to greet you. Today, I stand on this pedestal to reaffirm our commitment to the progressive policies that have guided our nation over the past 3 decades. As we address the critics raised by the doomsayers and the new political apprentice, it is crucial to highlight the consistent progress we have made and our unwavering dedication to transforming the lives of South Africans for the better. Our efforts in human settlements have played a pivotal role in the broader vision outlined by the President during his opening of Parliament address on contributing significantly to creating a capable state. In his address to Parliament, President Ramaphosa highlighted our nation's resilience and the unity in the face of adversity. He spoke of our collective efforts to rebuild and recover from natural disasters and economic challenges. His emphasis on inclusive growth, healthcare reform, and social equity aligns with our long-standing commitments. He likened us to weaver birds, known for their ability to work collectively to build complex and resilient structures. This analogy beautifully captures the essence of our strength, which lies in our unity and collective efforts. Our achievements over the past 30 years are a testament of what we can accomplish when we work together towards a common goal. President's address underscored our commitment to pro-poor interventions, our efforts in human settlements, such as providing housing, supporting the indigent households, and ensuring access to basic services are clear examples of these interventions. These initiatives are designed to uplift the most disadvantaged, and ensuring that no one is left behind. Mr. President, your focus on driving inclusive economic growth and job creation mirrors our strategies over the past 3 decades. Our labor-intensive projects, support for SMMEs, and skills development initiatives are crucial components of this agenda. Our policies have created millions of jobs and provided economic opportunities to those who need them most. Madam Speaker, our targeted human resource development initiatives, particularly in TVET colleges and skills training, are essential for building a capable workforce. The President's emphasis on these areas underscores the importance in driving economic growth and reducing inequalities. Over the past decades, the ANC government made significant strides in improving title deeds to providing title deeds to millions of South Africans. Home ownership is fundamental to empowering individuals and ensuring long-term economic stability. Since 1994, we have issued over 1 million title deeds, giving many citizens the legal recognition of their properties. This has provided security and enabled homeowners to leverage their properties for economic activities and investments. Honorable members, social housing programs have been pivotal in creating inclusive and integrated communities. We have developed over 300,000 social housing units through partnerships with other institutions. These initiatives have revitalized urban areas, reduced informal settlements, and provided quality housing near economic opportunities. Improving living standards and fosters social cohesion and inclusivity. Infrastructure development is the backbone of sustainable human settlements. We have invested significantly in infrastructure, including water and sanitation systems, road and public transport. The rollout of these projects have improved living conditions and created numerous job opportunities. For instance, the EPWP has provided over 8 million work opportunities, contributing to skills development and economic empowerment. The human settlement sector has been a major driver of job creation and skills development. Infrastructure projects, housing construction, and maintenance activities have created thousands of jobs, particularly for youth and women. Skills development programs associated with these projects have equipped many individuals with valuable skills, enhancing their employability and economic prospects. The sector's contribution to the GDP and economic growth cannot be overstated, as it stimulates various industries from construction to manufacturing and services. Mr. President, our government investment in the youth is evident through various programs aimed at education, skills development, and employment. Technical and vocational education and training colleges have played a crucial role in equipping young South Africans with practical skills. Youth-targeted initiatives such as Youth Employment Services, meaning the YES, have provided job opportunities and work experience, paving the way for their future careers. Over the past decade, these programs have benefited millions of young people, preparing them for active participation in the economy. Gender equality is at the core of our development agenda. We have implemented numerous programs to support women empowerment, including access to housing, finance and employment opportunities. Women-led housing projects and cooperatives have been established, providing both housing and economic opportunities for women. Our commitment to gender equality is further demonstrated by policies that ensure women benefit equitably from government programs and initiatives. Our progressive legislative framework has been instrumental in driving transformation and ensuring social justice. As we continue on this path, let us remain focused on our goals and committed to improving the lives of all South Africans. Our achievements are clear indication that we are on the right track, and with continued effort and dedication, we can achieve even greater success.
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
And I call upon the Honourable M.M. Peter. Honourable Member, you have 6 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, Deputy President, Kwete Mandashe Molo, Honourable members,
Order, honourable members. Allow the Speaker to continue.
Honourable President, EUDM Mhlekazi ayiqolanga si-State of the Nation address ubuvula indlu yowiso-mthetho izolo ngezithembiso President ozenzileyo waze awanika detailed ukubuza ungena njani kule miceli-mngeni yonzakalisa isizwe. Okwesibini, President, ukusukela ngo-1918 ungenile kulawulo asibonanga ziqhamo zinqumisayo, President. Okwesithathu, President, ulutsha, President, lusajonge engalweni lujonge imisebenzi. Kwi-State of the Nation address, ever usenza, President, uthembisa ngemisebenzi. Urhulumente kwalulawulayo ukunika i-stats esithi abantu abaqashwa izinga linyukile ngu-32%, the same government that you are presiding over. And that's not your contradiction, President. Okwesibini, President, isizwe, in South Africa, there is no water. Akho manzi. Sitha manzi, President, yimpilo. Life is, water is life. Xa engekho amanzi, iphi na impilo. Mandiyikhumtshele le ndawo mhlawumbi uzayiva kakuhle, President. Earlier this year, the former police minister, Bheki Cele, released alarming crime statistics for the third quarter of the financial year 2023 and 2024, showing the communities across South Africa are under siege from violent criminals in major cities, President. Gqeberha is ranking at number 8 of the highest number of most dangerous cities in the world. IGqeberha lendi hlala kuyo, President, irate number 8 kwi-world nge-crime ekhoyo, President. Abantu, President, eGqeberha, they are murdered daily. Otitshala ezikolweni batitsha besoyika barojwa cell phone. Abefundisi ezicaweni bashumayela besoyika bayarojwa abefundisi. Amapolisa, the same police, President, aba under your state, ayarojwa amapolisa, ayarojwa amapolisa, President. Kuthathwe firearms emapoliseni kwenziwe icrime ngazo, President. Ikwayara yakho ayikuncedi ndawo, your choir ayikuncedi ndawo, sithetha ngelizwe ngoku. President Cyril Ramaphosa, my honorable President, you spoke about deploying modern technology to end the crime. Siya appreciate Londo Mhlekazi. And city Mhlekazi ayonelanga. We need the visibility of the police in our rural areas. Dear President, amajoni, my dear President, ahlelele ntoni kwi-barracks abantu besifa ezilokishini. People are dying every day in our township. Amajoni ahleli agade bani ziphi imfazwe, President. Abantu, they've been massacred all over South Africa, President. You never, through your speech, touch no pain. Okokugqibela, President, ngangendlela abantu ababulawa ngayo kwindawo esihlala kuzo, President, abantwana bethu boyika nokudlala phandle. We are traumatized. We are traumatized, President. Sinoloyiko, hijacking, high, President. Okokugqibela ke, President, phaya eGqeberha, President, through your State of the Nation address.
Honourable member, your time is
Masbayeke abaculi kwayara sawubuya ngabo enkosi, President.
Thank you, honourable members. I now call upon the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honourable Sarupan. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to start my remarks today, Mr. President, by emphasizing that the Democratic Alliance commits itself absolutely to driving inclusive growth and creating job opportunities for all South Africans. And we believe that the GNU has rightly identified the apex priority of this administration to drive inclusive growth and job creation, because when you look at the data, it is the single most important thing that we can do over the next 5
Honourable
years.
member, can you please take your seat? I see a hand up there. What is your point of order and which rule are you standing on?
On a point of order.
On which
Chair.
rule?
The Speaker
On
cannot
which
speak.
rule are you standing on, Honourable member?
The Speaker cannot speak on a point of order.
On which rule?
Yes, give me a chance.
Please quote the rule number.
Yes, Chair, listen.
I am listening, but if you have a point of order, you must stand
Chair,
on the rule.
the point of order. Yes, Chair, okay, that's fine. I'm standing on Rule 40. Chair, may the Speaker please respect this House. You are addressing the nation. You can't address the nation sitting down. Please, stand up and address the nation
No,
properly.
that's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
I suppose now that I'm at the Treasury, anyone involved in VBS is going to get a bit hot under the collar. But regardless, I will keep a close eye on those matters, Mr. President. We'll look into VBS, I commit. Now, we face a deepening unemployment crisis, Mr. President, and young people are the hardest hit. More than half of young people cannot find jobs. And we must acknowledge that this unemployment crisis has its roots in the failures of past administrations, particularly between 2010 and 2018, and some parties try to pretend that they weren't involved during that time, unfortunately. But we now need to create the conditions conducive for economic growth, and we must get back to growth. And this GNU presents us with a unique opportunity to get onto this growth trajectory. And our success or failure as a GNU will be measured, Mr. President, collectively by whether or not we get this economy moving. And when you said that our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when the economy grows, jobs are created. When it contracts, jobs are lost. It is self-evident, and it is bizarre to me that there are parties who seem to deny this relationship, but we know the truth. And in fact, the relationship between economic growth and job creation has only strengthened since the dawn of our democracy as we've transformed to a services economy. So the more we grow the economy, the more jobs will be created. And we also agree, Mr. President, that growth must be inclusive and transformational. And the transformation that we need is to pull millions of people out of poverty and into the middle class, because this will be felt by all South Africans. Now, in addressing the role of municipalities, Mr. President, you mentioned that municipalities must become both providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. The DA has experience in this particular area, expertise, I might say, in Cape Town, in Midvaal, in Umgeni, and elsewhere, and we are ready to extend a hand of friendship and lend this expertise across the state. Because local government can be a driver of growth, but it can only happen if we stop pushing unfunded mandates onto local governments, and we must make sure that local government complies with its core constitutional mandate of service delivery. We must also make sure that we inject capital into infrastructure at local government level to prevent a collapse of service delivery. It is both an economic and moral imperative. We also support, Mr. President, your call to simplify regulations on public-private partnerships to enable greater investment in social and economic infrastructure. And we must move with speed to invest in infrastructure that targets areas that both enable economic opportunity and to rescue them from collapse and failure, particularly in roads, in rail, in energy, and in ports. And, Mr. President, I welcome, in particular, your commitment to stabilizing debt and reducing the cost of servicing our debt. And I've been very critical in the past of this factor, but, Mr. President, I'll concede today that, again, certain parties that pretend to be new accumulated this debt when they corrupted and bailed out our SOEs to the tune of 500 billion rand between 2010 and 2018. And we must not let them get away with it and pretend that they didn't do it. We must acknowledge that the root cause of these bailouts and failures was state capture. And now, to meet our fiscal targets, Mr. President, we must make sure that we have the political will to not bail out these SOEs anymore. We need a paradigm shift from the 2010 to 2018 administration sitting over there. And we must invest in growth, not bail out failure. And, Mr. President, we fully endorse the proposal to expand the zero-rated VAT basket and the comprehensive review of administered prices. Administered prices have been a significant driver of inflation, and market-related prices, as opposed to administered prices, have actually had much lower levels of inflation. But we do have points of divergence, and of course it is around BEE. Every party included in the GNU agrees that we must get better economic outcomes for the poor and address historical imbalances. And I can say, Mr. President, proudly that the DA believes in redress, but we do not support creating new systems of exclusion. In the state, we do not use race to determine who gets a social grant or an RDP house, but these interventions have been very successful precisely because they use poverty as the marker of who to empower, not race. And moving to that system more broadly would end the rent-seeking and abuse by politicians who enrich themselves repeatedly at the expense of the state. We must also clean up public procurement, Mr. President, because we cannot continue as normal. The status quo is plagued with corruption, particularly at municipal level, and we need stronger mechanisms to prevent corruption in public procurement and get value for money. Now, Mr. President, we need one third area of reform, and you've mentioned this. It is on the master plans. It is not good when government tries to pick winners or losers. So we must move our industrial policy to interventions to those that grow exports and target activities such as investment in infrastructure and innovation rather than try to pick winners or losers. With that formula, Mr. President, there's much in your economic agenda to celebrate, and as the new Deputy Minister of Finance, you have my support. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I now call upon the Honourable V. Zungula. Honourable Member, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mhlalenga phambili. Kufuneka namhlanje kungafihlwa amakhuba kuzolinywa, makuthethwe inyani zodwa. Inyani is that the country is in a crisis that is leading the country to be a failed state. At the core of the crisis is how the democratic project of 1994 did not address the systematic racial and economic structure of the country. The economy and wealth of the country is still in the hands of few white families, while the majority of black South Africans do not know where their next meal is coming from. The government can have many interventions, but if they don't address the structural design of the economy, none of those interventions are going to work. We are clear, as the ATM, that the unemployment, the poverty and inequality keep on increasing because we've got an economic system that is only benefiting a selected few. We know many political leaders, as Ikoyo Apa, have been co-opted by the system. They do not represent the aspirations of the poor. They are there to ensure ukuba the system keeps on eating and eating. Those leaders that are here proclaim to be servants of the people, but they are opposing a transformation that is going to benefit the citizens. 30 years into democracy, we must speak the truth, and the truth is that this system is not working, nor is it sustainable. We need a government that will drive fundamental changes to the economy, not cosmetic changes that won't systematically address the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Land must be returned to its rightful owners. The mineral wealth of the country must belong to the people. And the commanding heights of the economy must reflect the racial demographics of our country. The government must embark on a local production drive to ensure that we produce what we consume and consume what we produce. The government spending must be more than 50% on SMMEs. There is a crisis here of illegal immigration that is a national security risk. Every week we hear of military-aged men arrested in other countries coming to South Africa. These men are not refugees because there's no refugee that would flee war or persecution anoshiya abantwana nabafazi babo. It is very clear ukuba these men settle in our communities unvetted, and they've taken over the township economy. You, Mr. President, oti uzoba supporta ngayo. It's very clear, Mr. President, ukuba we need to deal with crime. We need to make sure ukuba criminals are the ones that are living in fear, not the other way around. Lastly, as the ATM, we're of the view that this grand coalition has got nothing to offer the people, because it is a partnership of hypocrites who were once opposed to a bloated cabinet, but now that they are being driven around in blue lights, a bloated cabinet is not a problem. Mr. President, your speeches as a head of state are not a public speaking contest. Your faves can applaud you because of your tone, your body language, or whether you said something new. But the most important thing is that for the people of our country, your people are going to judge you harshly in terms of your speeches, because your presidency of the past 6 years has been characterized by the increase in crime, in corruption, in unemployment and poverty.
Honorable Zungula, your time has expired.
Mongameli, wohlulekile, hlala phansi, jula phansi. Thank you.
The next speaker on the podium is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Social Development. Yeah? All right. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to note Honorable Joseph.
Honorable House Chair.
Sorry?
Chairperson of the Women's League, my minister.
Honorable Deputy, can you take a seat so that I can take the intervention of Honorable Joseph? Yeah. On what are you rising, Honorable Joseph?
You are seated wrongly. Come this side. I agree you call orders. You are in a wrong chair. You sit this side, you. Chairman card. Booyah ngapha.
Take your seat.
Booyah ngapha.
Take your seat.
You are seated in the wrong side. Come this side. Because your job is those things of point of order. Booyah ngapha. Ulahlekile.
Honorable Joseph, take your seat. You can only rise on a point of order.
Come
here.
this side.
Take your seat.
Woza. Ulahlekile phela.
Asha, will you please take that mic? Take that mic. All right, Honorable Deputy Minister of Social Development, the platform is yours. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable House Chair, Chairperson of the Women's League, my minister, my Premier from Gauteng who told me to take the lead, Honorable President, you phoned me and we thought about whether I must be a Deputy Minister or a Deputy President. I'm very happy to be a Deputy Minister with such a wonderful minister to support me. The opening address by the President is commendable in that it confirms that government will not back down from its decade-long promises stipulated in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, as the President reiterated that it remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. To reach its target to effectively address inequalities and poverty by 2030 is an ambitious task. I hope that it will be achieved. This informed the priorities we heard last night. The Minister of Agriculture gave it a 99% thumbs up. I gave, you remember, 10 out of 10. Yesterday, we celebrated Mandela International Day, also known as 67 Minutes for Madiba, to reaffirm our commitment to human rights and dignity for all in Cape Town as part of its 67 Minutes to Madiba. Al-Jamal launched the renewed campaigns Boycott Genocide, Ban Apartheid Israel. President has, and rightly so, described Nelson Mandela as a global icon for peace, justice, and reconciliation. In honor of Mandela's memorable legacy, I appeal to the conscience of the world that we support the Boycott Genocide and a Ban Apartheid Israel campaigns to stop the Zionist state of Israel's genocide of Palestinians. They have not only ignored the ICJ's legal decisions, but the world's voice to stop their pathological acts of ethnic extermination and racial cleansing. As a South African and anti-Zionist, I and millions of South Africans cherish and rejoice our freedom. These expressions of joy all of us desire for our Palestinians too. In fact, all South Africans except those who identify with the Zionist ideology wish that Palestine gains its liberation in our lifetime. All of us should remember the words of a respected late leader, Mandela, who publicly stated, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians." The President further stated that South Africa and the world, millions of people mark Mandela Day with deeds of service and solidarity. And I quote you, Honorable President, "Their actions give life to fundamental truths that we derive our humanity from the humanity of others." Viva Mandela! Viva Palestine! From the river to the sea! Viva Mandela!
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mkwena.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to greet the Madam Speaker, Mr. President of South Africa, Deputy President, honorable members, but more than anything, I would like to do a special welcome to my party president, President Zuma. We thank you, President Zuma, that you were able to be confident enough to formulate Umkhonto weSizwe as a party for the people. Mr. President, your State of the Nation address was filled with promises, projections, self-congratulations, and visions and optimistic forecasts. Yet the only thing that was clear yesterday was that the MK, together with the Progressive Charter, will now be the only beacon of hope for the people of South Africa come 2026. If you were in touch with the average South African, you will realize that a bloated cabinet is actually a laughingstock in the face of corruption and great poorness in our country. People can barely put bread on the table. The average person is driving a car they can no longer afford because of the weakening rand. COVID-19 hit our families hard, and while it seems that the government has easily recovered, while it seems that our government has easily recovered, more than 60% of South Africans are listed in the Credit Bureau. And I will remind you that previously, the leader of the DA, Honorable John Steenhuisen, once said the Zuma years were actually much better off. We sit here today listening to stories about South Africa becoming a construction site with yellow machines. Mr. President, our people are actually looking for solutions to reconstruct their very lives. You mentioned economic growth as though it was a given, yet we are waiting for that growth to translate into tangible benefits. Recovery is on the horizon, you say, yet for many of us, horizon is quite distant. The past 2 weeks, we've seen EPWP contracts being cancelled left, right, and center, meaning that the youth is once again faced with the problem of hopelessness and unemployable situation. The gap between rich and poor continues to widen, and economic inequalities persist as a barrier to national unity and progress. The proposed economic policies of the GNU, Mr. President, lack clear implementable strategies. Ubuyiswa nini umhlaba wabantu wantshontsho? Azwanga lutho babu president ngeyinkinga ezibhekene nabantu bamakhosi, amakhosi asiphethe. And as a delegate of the NCOP in the KZN, I was quite intrigued that none of the traditional leaders made it as part of your GNU government. There was also nothing said about the everlasting presence of gender-based violence. And as a woman in South Africa, I'm quite sensitive about...
Will you please take your seat? Seemingly there's an intervention on the other side.
Honorable House Chairperson, if I may rise on a point of order and clarify that the Minister of Public Service Administration, Inkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, is a traditional leader. Thank you.
With due respect, Honorable Hlengwa, that was not a point of order. It was a point of debate.
Thank you, Chair. Furthermore, we must address the issue of informal economy closer. Omama bethu abadayisa emgaqweni, nithini ngabo njenge-GNU? Ithini iplan yokubanika amathuba omsebenzi nokuthi babe part and parcel of this economy? Nazo izinto ebesiyilindele kuwena babu president nethuma mina campaign yakho. Abantu bakithi deserve a government that not only acknowledges the challenges but also delivers concrete and effective solutions. The GNU has left nothing but a vacuum for us. And it is our commitment as Umkhonto weSizwe, together with the Progressive Charter, to ensure that these issues are addressed at every step of the way. And the reason why, Mr. President, Soqhubeka Sithule revolutionary songs is because of our heroes like Chris Hani, or Hector Peterson, or Steve Biko, abantu abayifela lenkululeko. Lenkululeko namhlanje okudayiswe ngayo. Siyabonga.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable the Minister of Police, Mr. Mthuli.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the President of the Republic and the Deputy President and honorable members. I join those who have commended the address by the President last night. Thank you very much, Mr. President. South Africans across the country, including all of us here in this Parliament, feel and believe that crime is on the increase in our country, and it has become highly intolerable. These crimes include murder, they include rape, GBVF, hijackings, and kidnappings. And all of these are on the increase. In addition to this, it is important to observe that most of these crimes are being committed by gangs and organized groupings in several provinces, hence the surge behind this crime, this criminality. So our priority number one is to ensure personal safety, family safety, and safety of the whole communities. In this regard, we believe it is going to be important, firstly, to acknowledge all the efforts to fight crime in the 6th administration, and we will build on those efforts, and we recognize them. Where there are weaknesses shown in the last administration, we'll close those gaps and build from there, and where there are strengths, we'll build from those strengths. But it is important that we recognize work done in the 6th administration. One of the things that we believe we need to do is to contribute in the enhancement of the security cluster in the country so that we're more coordinated, we're stronger, we're sharper. This includes all formations in the country that are geared to fighting crime. That we come together because it is our enemy number one in where people live. And we need all kinds of weapons and techniques and every other instrument to fight crime to be targeted towards criminals in the country. The safety and protection of women and children are non-negotiable priorities. We've quite a number of units in SAPS have been established to deal with this particular issue, including child protection. But further, there are campaigns, awareness campaigns out there. But we've identified a great need to coordinate closer with social development as a sister department so that we can work in tight coordination with the police. Police are trained more to fight crime than to work as social workers, but there are units that are being, but they are not adequate, and therefore we need to coordinate closer with social development. But we also need, we've identified the need to work with the Department of Correctional Services. Quite a number of crimes are increasingly getting coordinated and even committed inside prison cells. And therefore, it is important that we meet and we discuss this matter. But thirdly, the phenomenon of so-called repeat rapists needs to be brought to an end. And we need to focus on these people who are rapists, let alone repeat rapists. One of the weaknesses that we are identifying is technology in the SAPs, who are very low on technology. We cannot run behind on horses, in cars, chasing criminals. It's getting more and more impossible. And therefore, we need to enhance technology to this effect. We're going to review our budget so that we push a little bit of money into technology. We will do that. The other area that is important is to strengthen crime intelligence, which we regard as the backbone of driving, of intelligently driving crime fighting in the country by SAPS. The next priority is to deal with crime in partnerships. We are going to be partnering with everybody, us on the one hand, with the concept of building a functional police station, because a number of our police stations are not functional, and we know it's a concern in the community. Unless police stations that are existing and the ones that are going to be built are highly functional, even communities and organizations that want to assist us want to work with us. It would be impossible. Of course, we need to professionalize SAPs. And in the process of professionalizing them, we need to remove those who are in cahoots with criminals in the country. And communities are very concerned about this. They are pointing at them. They even know them by name, that so-and-so and so-and-so is in cahoots with criminals. And therefore, we are going to work very hard and ensure that these police who are tarnishing the name of otherwise very good policemen and women out there will have to be dealt with. And in conclusion, we need to do what Martin Luther King Jr. said at one point. He said, I quote, "We must combine toughness of the serpent and softness of the dove, a tough mind and a tender heart." And this is what we are going to do. We are going, on one hand, to be very tough, and on the other, where we need to be soft, we will be soft. And we're starting in the Western Cape tomorrow. We will be meeting stakeholders here with a view to gathering information and things that are worrying them. But that's not the only thing that we're going to do. This is the first step in a program that we are rolling out in the Western Cape to fight crime. And this includes drugs, because the usage of drugs is quite rife and it leads to criminals. And I'm pleased that police are poised to pounce on some criminality in relation to crimes into drugs in Limpopo any minute from now. Now, we will proceed to the Eastern Cape. Ubaba, where you DM la pubekalo ukuthi ayibafile crime in Gqeberha. That is where we're landing on Sunday morning to do what will start in the Western Cape and do in the Eastern Cape. And we'll leave no stone unturned in both provinces. And it's not a one-day or a one-week program. It's going to last until we're able to overcome these criminals. We know that there are very few criminals compared to people who are law-abiding, and we'll overcome and defeat them. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid your time is expired. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mpiti.
Honorable Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President, Honorable Members, some of history's most important moments occur when political leaders take the risk of rising to seemingly insurmountable challenges because they know that the alternative of not doing so leads to certain disaster. It is in these times that we see who the true builders are of society and who the true breakers of society are. Honorable members, it must never be lost on us that many in our country place their votes in the ballot box in hopes that their struggle will be our #1 agenda in this House. It cannot be business as usual when South Africans are denied the potential of their dreams, when their talents are ignored, when their hopes are destroyed, and when their trust continues to be broken. It is this time that the true builders must stand up and ignore the breakers of society. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that urgently requires the government's attention is access to adequate housing. Across the length and breadth of South Africa, many people remain destitute and without dignity. The promise of our Constitution under Section 26 remains unfulfilled. We need to urgently focus the attention on fast-tracking and rolling out of title deeds to give people security. In doing so, we give the people the opportunity to leverage property as capital, to enable property owners to pass down formal title to their families, and to improve access to credit, and so much more. We need to focus on fast-tracking of the digitization of the housing list, because with each passing moment, this omission continues to strip the people of South Africa of the dignity that they deserve. There are 2.5 million households on the National Housing Needs Registers as of February 2023. This indicates that the need for housing is urgent and deeply material for South Africans in our country. Housing should be a means of numerous ends, not an end within itself. We do not own or occupy or rent houses merely to do so. Instead, a house provides security, shelter, and supports the good health of families. It is a space for livelihoods, a place from which we grow food or we operate home-based enterprises, and therefore its denial is a denial of a constitutional imperative. The environment and the climate, Mr. President, require the machinery of our government to move much faster than it has. The recent heavy rains across our country have caused chaos and have left many people displaced, as much as 15,000 people who remain without homes as we speak. The expansion of social housing for people who earn between 1,500 and 15,000 per month, particularly individuals who do not qualify for housing bonds and do not qualify for breaking new ground housing, is vitally important. We want to suggest that there should be an increase in rental housing stocks, specifically formulated to address targeted sections of the population for which the demand for rental housing is particularly high. This includes, but not limited to, students, young professionals, single-headed households, and the elderly. It is also important to ensure that we revise the income thresholds annually in line with inflation. We strongly suggest that there is a firm focus on the low spending of provincial and municipal grants, as this is important that people are able to receive the funds that government has set aside. It is deeply unfair and unjust that funds are simply not being spent whilst millions of South Africans remain outside of formal housing in this country. We further ask that government pay attention to blocked projects across our country where projects are entering the 3rd, 4th, and 5th year without completion, which leads to the delay of the dignity for many millions of South Africans in our country. Many of us will leave here today and go back to our homes, but the people that we represent don't have homes to go to. The people of South Africa need us to be builders in this house because there is so much at stake. There's too much on the line. We have to succeed. The breakers believe that when other people succeed, they themselves are somehow diminished. They try to take down everyone else who is trying to build so that they can stand out. In church, they say there are two kinds of people, those that are born again and those that are born against. We know who those individuals are in this house. South Africa has called us to make their struggle the #1 agenda in this house, and the DA will and has answered that call. We repeat to say, hope and help is on the way. Thank you.
Honorable Adams, you are next on the platform. On the platform.
Honorable Speaker, House Chair, Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members. House Chair, I just need to put it on the record that I find it deplorable that this House cannot recognize a former president of this country, but it was willing to recognize an apartheid president in F.W. de Klerk. If former President Jacob Zuma is still here, welcome, sir. House Chair, I want to ask that you listen. You might just learn something. You know, Mr. President, I listened to your speech last night, and it wasn't a terrible speech, but I've heard 6 of them before, and the outcome has always been the same. Another year of nothingness. Mr. President, as I speak to you now, it is raining in Cape Town and it is raining bullets on the Cape Flats, and no plan has been put forward to save the long-suffering colored child. Mr. President, I'm going to say to you today that when you were speaking last night, the cheer from the right wing was so loud, I could have sworn Verwoerd was standing in the front here. But, Mr. President, listen when I tell you, Graça Machel says, the day my oppressor applauds me, know that I've betrayed you. Mr. President, the NCC is here to ask a question. Has Solomon Mahlangu been betrayed by you and what purports to be an ANC? Has the memory of Ashley Creel been betrayed by you and what purports to be an ANC? Mr. President, the ANC is no more. Mr. President, it is interesting to hear the white supremacists raise the issue of VBS as if Pala Pala never happened. It is interesting, Mr. President, that Pala Pala is being swept under the rug by the same people who brought it up. Mr. President, the NCC has the national question. It is not the colored question. Was Pala Pala's money the deposit for the sale of the poor's rights in South Africa? Minister Mackenzie, my brother, my bro, you have lauded the president for bringing the colored question. Why has it taken this man 6 years? Why are our people still dying? Mr. President, your fine speech, it offers no warmth to those feeling cold today. Your fine speech, it does not put away the pains of hunger suffered by millions of our people, induced by the Democratic Alliance and their predecessor, the National Party. To the government of national unity, let me give you a message. We shall overcome. In spite of what you do, we shall overcome. Thank you.
The next speaker on the podium. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Bishop.
Honourable President, honourable members and fellow South Africans, I greet you. Agbare President, ek staan vandag voor u as 'n trotse lid van die nuut gestigte regering van nasionale eenheid. Hierdie regering verteenwoordig 'n betekenisvolle draaipunt in die Suid-Afrikaanse geskiedenis. Dit is getuienis van ons kollektiewe toewyding tot eenheid, versoening en vooruitgang van ons demokratiese bestel. Soos almal bewus is daar nie 'n verkiesingsuitslag gewees in die onlangse verkiesing nie en geen party het die meerderheid gekry nie. Dit is 'n klinkklare bewys dat Suid-Afrikaners oor die spektrum heen 'n regering begeer wat samewerking en verantwoordelikheid omhels. Dit is dus ons plig, agbare president, om te verseker dat die parlement en sy uiterste doen om die vaardigheid van elke Suid-Afrikaner te bevorder. Honourable President, the formation of this government is entrusted to us by voters to deepen our nation's commitment to the principles that underpin our democracy, to advance human dignity, equality, and freedom of every South African. It speaks to the strength of the Constitution's guarantees, which include inclusivity, accountability, and transparency. We, as representatives of different political parties, are united by one common goal: to serve the people of South Africa. Our allegiance is to the nation, transcending party lines and ideological divides. Een van die primêre doelwitte van die RNE is om toe te sien dat dringende ekonomiese uitdagings aangespreek word, om sodoende te verseker dat werkloosheid, armoede en ongelykhede uitgewis word. The energy crisis, high incidence of crime, and failures in basic delivery are the enemies of economic growth. And it is to these issues that the Government of National Unity should look first, by taking concrete steps to reduce the cost of living, stimulate the growth of SMMEs, and attract much-needed investment. We can build a prosperous society for all South Africans. Deur ons hulpbronne en kundigheid saam te voeg, streef ons daarna om beleide te implementeer wat ekonomiese groei sal stimuleer, belegging sal lok en wat sal lei tot die skepping van broodnodige werksgeleenthede. Deur 'n kollektiewe poging moet daartoe gesien word dat 'n veerkragtige ekonomie gebou word wat alle Suid-Afrikaners sal bevoordeel, veral die mees kwesbare in ons samelewing. En derhalwe, agbare president, verwelkom die DA u progressiewe aankondiging gisteraand dat daar van ons beleide opgeneem is in u lys van prioriteite. Dit is 'n duidelike aanduiding dat ons beroep vir 'n program gebaseer op vinnige groeiende ekonomie en werkskepping aangehoor is. Nou, President, together as the GNU, we must implement it. In closing, to every South African out there, we stand here today, not as members of different parties, but as united representatives of South African people. You have entrusted this Parliament with the extraordinary responsibility of ensuring that whatever it does to ensure a better life for all. And I'm sure that my colleagues will agree with me when I say that we intend to do just that. Together, we will strive to fulfill the promises of our vibrant democracy, ensuring that South Africa remains a beacon of hope, unity, and progress. Agbare president en Suid-Afrikaners daar buite, die DA het 'n verkiesingsbelofte aan die kiesers gemaak om ons wonderlike land te led. En daarom sê ons onomwonde, die RNE is u regering, nie ons sinne nie. Saam sal ons dit maak werk. Ons gaan dit laat maak werk. En ons nooi u uit om saam met ons hierdie pad te stap na 'n beter toekoms. Ek dank u.
Honorable the Minister of Rural Development.
Honorable Chair, Honorable President, and Honorable Deputy President. The opening of Parliament speech is a cement plastered on the new paradigm that has emerged out of the 29th May 2024 general elections, wherein the voters publicly, collectively expressed their wishes and aspirations to press the button and reset the governance of their beloved country. The outcomes of the elections gave a mandate to the 18 political parties to make the 5-year period between 2024 and 2029 a driving force for the change and transformation. The PAC understands the voice of a people-powered democracy. We have dutifully responded to the people whom we have declared to serve with our hearts and minds in what Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe described as an undying love of the African people. We are ideologically clear about the unity of the opposites, the negation of the negation, and the eventually transformation of quantity into quality. The citizens of a country are decisive. We have heard them and will act on their behalf, doing what they are calling for. We are guided by the idea of establishing African nationhood, as understood by Kwame Nkrumah, Kwame Ture, Zafania Mutupeng, A.P. Mda, and others in that league of patriots and struggle heroes. The opening of Parliament speech is focused on what needs to be addressed and attended urgently. The influence of the GNU is most certainly reflected in the speech. We are particularly agreed with the focus to highlight the land reform and rural development. We are committed to spatial justice and equitable land use. With more resolve, with more resources, and with more emphasis, we are intent on implementing deliverables that are aimed at relieving the people from systematic injustice on access to land and the right to improve their quality of life. We are, President, committed to improve the quality of lives of our society through building sustainable rural infrastructure to curb urban-rural migration. We will build rural enterprises that are based on area-specific comparative advantages. We are spiritually connected to land, and PAC long-standing slogan remains, land first and all shall follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Rural Development. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mandela. The floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Speaker, Chairperson, Your Excellency the President and the Deputy President, honorable members, as we welcome the opening of Parliament address, we take a reflection, honorable members and President, on the background of the state of basic education in our country. On the 26th of June, 1955, South Africans striving for the liberation of their country from the yoke of apartheid gathered in Kliptown to adopt the historic Freedom Charter, which outlined the country we desired to live in and forms the basis of the ANC policy today. That festival of the oppressed and justice-loving people of South Africa unequivocally pronounced that the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all who live in the country, which was an affirmation of the demand on education Africans had made in 1943 through the ANC's African Claims document. Acutely aware of the reality that education is not class neutral, nor is it free from the chains of the dominant ideology of an epoch. The Freedom Charter articulated the education required to take South Africa forward by making the point that the aim of education, amongst others, shall be to teach the youth to love their people and their culture, to honor human brotherhood, liberty, and peace. This point was succinctly put by Comrade Zwelakhe Sisulu when he explained the concept of people's education for people's power to the National Education Crisis Committee in 1986, when he said, and I quote, "We are no longer demanding the same education as whites. Since this is an education for domination, people's education means education at the service of the people as a whole. Education that liberates, education that puts the people in command of their lives." Since the 1994 democratic breakthrough, ANC government has been implementing different interventions to achieve people's education for people's power, which is an antithesis to apartheid education philosophy. The investment in education the ANC government has made since 1994, and through the passing of the seminal 1997 South African Schools Act and the 2024 Bill, produce an education system which seeks to redefine the place of Africans in South Africa. We have transformed the education curriculum to advance human rights for all and the objectives envisaged in the Atlantic Charter, the Freedom Charter, which was consolidated after the democratic breakthrough in our Constitution. In the past 30 years, we have made strides to close the inequality gap between what was understood as Model C schools and schools in our rural areas without adequate facilities and learner-teacher material. Today, that distinction between Model C schools and public school is as good as non-existent. Today, learners from different class positions are able to get equal education, and they're able to get equal education due to the investment done by the ANC government to ensure majority of its expenditure is an investment in the people. To tackle the social ills impacting learners, social ills such as alcohol, drugs, and bullying, we must promote sports and cultural participation for the holistic development of our children. This is a commitment we should realize. The education system is driven by learning outcomes and various factors which contributes to learners' ability to succeed. In the 7th administration, the ANC prioritized a focus on early childhood development and the foundation phase to improve learning outcomes and indicators such as reading with meaning and numeracy rates. We must strengthen the relationship between higher education and basic education. This will ensure an unexciting pathway for learners in the rural areas and township, and it will enhance access and success in the learning progression. We are prepared to support the 7th administration, and in our true nature, we will undermine big and steep mountains as we clap side by side with all learners, all teachers and parents. Thank you.
Honorable members of this august House, I will now suspend proceedings until 16:45. The bells will be rung to alert the members to the resumption of business. The business of the House is now suspended. Thank you.
Welcome back. The House has just been suspended for a 15-minute break. And to those who have just joined us at home, this is a live broadcast of Parliament TV. It is the debate on the opening of Parliament address that was delivered by the President yesterday. We have been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and the debate is likely to continue until later this evening. Quite a number of speakers. Different views, robust. We've had the member of the National Coloured Congress speaking strongly on issues of crime that are affecting the townships in particular. Mitchell's Plain even went as far as saying, as we are here in Cape Town, it's raining, but in Mitchell's Plain, it's raining bullets. So he was speaking strongly on the issue of crime because the president had made that one of the priorities. The fight against crime has been one of the priorities of this administration. So we wait to see how they're going to deal with that matter. I've also had other speakers, like the one that spoke just a few minutes ago, the Minister of Land and Rural Development, Mr. Mzwanele Nyotso from the Pan-Africanist Congress, is a member of the GNU, which also forms part of the GNU. But it's been a long day, but we're still waiting for more to come.
On the Minister as well, I think viewers will appreciate that this was the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. You should remember that when the President announced his cabinet, there are some of the portfolios that he separated, and that's why today we have the portfolio of agriculture that is headed by Minister John Steenhuisen, and then we have the portfolio of land reform and rural development, which at first was one portfolio and now has been separated. And obviously, this is to accommodate the members of the GNU and to ensure that there's diversity within the President's cabinet in ensuring that service delivery and the needs of the people, social ills, crime, as the member of the NCC spoke so passionately about, and issues of unemployment and quality education, that all those issues that we talk daily about and that are a reality in South Africa get attended to and get attended to immediately.
And as is rightfully said, Tsepo, these are the issues that we talk about every day, and also these are the issues that have been on the State of the Nation address, as some of the members have been raising a concern that for the past 6 State of the Nation address, President has highlighted these as key priorities, but
Yes.
really they have not seen anything that is being done. We had one member there that brought in the crime statistics dating back from 2019, comparing them to where we stand now in terms of crime. But we hope that the President is sitting there.
Yes.
He is listening. He will be providing responses on Monday to all those concerns that are raised in the debate in the National Assembly, and we can only wait to hear how he is going to respond to some of the challenges that have been raised by the members.
Of course, viewers can also appreciate, I'm just going to remind them, the strategic objectives of this 7th government. The President said it's to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. Thirdly, to build a capable and ethical and developmental state. And of course, we had the president of the ATM, Mr. Vuyo Zungula, and he had various reactions with regards to that. And he felt that these are generic things, these are generic challenges, and the strategic objectives that the president came up with in his speech in the opening of Parliament address just last night are all just issues that have been within that the 6th administration had been struggling with. And clearly the issue is not the issue is not necessarily what is being said, what the plans are. The issue is implementation and ensuring that what is being said and what is being promised is seen by the people on the ground.
And we've had members of the executive, members of the government of national unity serving on the executive, also responding to some of those issues and how they are presenting their plans in terms of addressing the issues that the three key priorities that you just highlighted now. And one of them being major is education, access to education.
Absolutely.
You know, so yeah, and we do know that it's a challenge that needs to be addressed. We have quite a number of students that have passed matric, who are sitting at home, who have been unable to access higher education, and some of them having passed their matric well.
And of course, because we've seen a range of new members in Parliament, we've seen returning members of Parliament, we've seen young members of Parliament, and I think it's important that we get familiar with the members of Parliament, and viewers will appreciate that. So let's get to know your member. Just stay tuned to Parliament TV.
Good day, my name is Natasha Ndlangwini. I'm a member of Parliament, a returning member for the EFF. This is my 3rd term. Of course, I'm very excited to be back again and within the interesting dynamics that our country is facing us. And of course, will be, as the EFF, always hold the executive to account, and that is why we're here for. Thank you so much.
My name is Toby Chance. I'm a Democratic Alliance Member of Parliament from Gauteng. I live in Johannesburg, and I was actually an MP in the 5th Parliament, 2014 to 2019. where I served on the Small Business Development Portfolio Committee for 5 years. And I'm back. I'm very happy to be home in Cape Town and looking forward to the next administration, which of course has immense potential as the first administration which will see a coalition of parties, which it looks like the DA will be a member of, alongside other parties. So, yeah, I'm really excited about the next 5 years.
Good day, my name is Sello Sitlolo. I am from the Northwest Province. I originate from the municipality of JB Marks but represent the constituency of Greater Taung. This is my second term coming back as a Member of Parliament. I look forward to continuing to do the hard work in terms of representing my constituency, making sure that they're able to receive the basic services that they need and that Parliament represents their interests. Thank you.
Namkelekile babukela emakhaya nisabukele uhlelo le-Parliament TV. It is the debate on the opening of Parliament address that took place yesterday delivered by the President of the country. However, I am now joined by Mr. Mdumiseni Ntuli, the ANC Chief Whip. Welcome, Mhlekazi, siyavuka nawe lapha.
Yabo, Mhlekazi, and thank you very much for hosting us.
So, Mhlekazi, we were selected by the ANC to be the Chief Whip in the National Assembly. We know that this position was occupied previously by Ms. Phemi Majordina. Tell us, how did that make you feel given the responsibility that comes with this position?
Well, my first reaction, of course, when the leadership told me that I'm going to be assigned the role of the Chief Whip, was that in a new and a changed environment that we find ourselves in, clearly this is going to mean different from what has been the task of the ANC Chief Whip since 1994. Because for the first time, we are now no longer have a 50% plus one majority as a minimum that we have enjoyed over the past 30 years. So my first reaction was that this is a big task. And it's going to require that one immediately adjust to the responsibility, given the fact that we have to work with different political parties, and the ANC is no longer enjoying the hegemony and the majority that it has enjoyed over the past 3 decades.
Thank you, Claire. And then you kick-started today's debate as a response to the President's address line. Can you unpack some of the issues that you would have picked up from the President's address and responded to when you were addressing the House this morning?
Well, we're very excited that the President has essentially presented an agenda for the country which is consistent with what the population have raised during the election campaign. The issue of responding to the challenge of unemployment in the country, particularly among the youth population of our country, is a major challenge. The second one, which is also very important, is our own effort to grow the economy. Because without the economy that is growing, where there is both domestic and foreign investment, it's almost impossible that you would be able to achieve the objectives that we have set for ourselves in terms of rolling out infrastructure, addressing the perennial problem of crime and corruption. All of those things require resources which must be generated by a growing and a thriving economy. So when one had an opportunity to intervene in the debate today, of course, the first thing that I needed to lay as a foundation is really to reflect on where we come from as the African National Congress and who are we in relation to the evolution of our country, and the commitment that we've made that despite the fact that we are now in a new terrain, this change environment of a government of national unity with the ANC not enjoying the majority in terms of our presence in this National Assembly. But we needed to articulate a position that we're committed to the GNU, and not just as a political agenda, but in our own view is also a moral imperative that together as South Africans across racial lines, we have a responsibility to respond to the plight and the conditions of our people who are living under the conditions of abject poverty, who are marginalized in terms of their participation and involvement into the economy of this country, especially the mainstream economy. So it was important from the ANC's point of view that we reassert our long-standing positions on those questions in order to ensure that South Africans and the ANC support base understand that by the mere fact that we have entered into a government of national unity is by no means driven by a desire to deviate from well-established policies which the country has been pursuing. Our own view is that we are not in a point where we need a lot of new policies. What is required at the moment is to strengthen our capacity to implement the existing policies, but equally to ensure that we confront and defeat complacence in government, which has been a major weakness of the ANC-led government, that you'll have ministers occupying important positions, strategic departments, but have budget rollovers over for the following year with less consequences, primarily because, as I'm saying, when you are a majority party, there will be moments, there will be instances where complacence sets in, and you think that when oppositions are raising their concerns about your inability to spend even the budget that you are allocated, is merely just opposition politics as opposed to what we are supposed to do. So our view is that we needed to communicate that message. So when I referred to fidelity, accountability, and transparency, I meant exactly that one, we've got to be loyal to our own decisions. We must be accountable for failure to implement, including for implementing, but there must be transparency so that where there is failure, the president, as the head of the executive, would be expected to intervene in the best interest of our people.
You've raised quite a number of challenges that are currently confronting the current government, and you've also highlighted that there would be ministers that would return the money to Treasury instead of spending on service delivery, and there would be no consequences taken. So now that we are in this setup, what are we likely to see when those happen? We had not so long ago, in particular, there's a department in the Eastern Cape that has just returned millions of money to the National Treasury. What kind of consequences can we expect to see? Because it's good to say that there will be consequences, but I'm sure our viewers would want to see those consequences. What can we look for?
Well, for our own part as members of Parliament, unlike in the past, we've got to unite around exposing those deficiencies, including those who come from the governing parties today. We must not leave that to be the responsibility of the opposition. We must equally stand firm and say to the president and that minister, we are not happy that Minister so-and-so is unable, together with his or her department, to spend the little budget that is allocated to them. Because, you know, when you speak to comrades or people who are in government, they always complain that the budget is not enough. They need more money in order for them to do many things. But it becomes a problem when even the little that has been allocated to them has not been spent fully. And my point is that we have to exert maximum pressure, all of us, across political lines, which I'm saying has not necessarily been an effective area of work on the part of the African National Congress. And I would imagine the reason that was not the case, as I'm saying, is because of complacence. Here is a governing party that has been in office for 30 years, and certain things, you know, happen to set in and kick in processes which unfortunately were normalized at some point, because when something happens repeatedly over a period of time, it becomes an acceptable norm, and people get less condemned about it except by the opposition. So our view as the ANC caucus is that We can't sit on the sideline when there is a minister, either from the ANC or from any other political party, who has a difficulty even to finish the budget, the little budget that has been made available for them in a particular financial year. And of course, we'll have to exert pressure to the president to say, if there is no justification why this has happened, we would like you to act on this matter, because this is a betrayal of what the population has voted us.
And that leads me to my next question, because I would like to know what mechanisms then do you have in place to ensure that there's accountability and there's transparency within the GNU government?
Well, it's going to be, firstly, everybody who's in government is accountable to the population of this country. Secondly, all of them are accountable to Parliament. And through the portfolio committees in Parliament, we have to ensure that we exercise our oversight role effectively, without any favor, and ensure that we are more open about what is going wrong and what is happening, which is good, that must be applauded, and together as members in various portfolio committees condemn that which is not working. But I also think that at the political level, the ANC in caucus and the ANC in the headquarters in Luthuli House will have to find a way, because this change environment necessitates that we also organize ourselves differently. We're going to have to find a way to ensure that we build an internal capacity through which we can ascertain within a reasonable period of time, or on quarterly basis, or as the case may be, to see if departments are really performing their tasks in accordance with the adopted annual plan and the budget of that particular year.
Mr. Nduli, I must thank you very much, and I don't want to keep you long as the House is about to resume its work. Thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you all the best in your position.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
The next speaker is the Honourable the Premier of Gauteng.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. Sispan. Our Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, our Chief Whip, Honourable Members. Mr. President, besides the three priorities that you so beautifully outlined, I was left excited with our emphasis on the following points. Elimination of red tape. President, if we can get this right, our government will function. If we can get this correct, we'll unlock lots and lots of potential opportunities that are available to our people. The second area of interest, President, that you correctly highlighted is the intervention and the need to strengthen local government, in particular our metros, and the urgent need to intervene where national government should intervene. We want to welcome your intervention, President, that you have alluded to in terms of the Durban Metro or eThekwini municipality. I want to extend my personal invite to you, President. We need to reclaim Johannesburg and reposition Johannesburg City to where it comes from. We can inherit Johannesburg from the apartheid regime and make it worse under a democratic government. We need a second time opportunity to reclaim Johannesburg and ensure that Johannesburg CBD is back to where it was, a beautiful city of gold. The third area, President, that we are excited as the Gauteng government that you have correctly captured it in your statement, President, is reducing the cost of living. And the simplest way to reduce the cost of living, President, is when government do what government must do. President, just imagine if government was offering quality health services where there will be no need for us to have medical aid, how much will we save as a country? Just imagine if government was offering quality education where all our children are in the public education system, how much will we save? Just imagine, President, if police were doing what police should do, how much we'll save from alarms, private security, and many other things. And therefore, to reduce the cost of living, it means we need to start where we need to start as government, for government to provide quality public good so that government can be in a position to reduce the cost of living. But from our side, President, as Gauteng, we want to bring you, President, to something that is very crucial, and we feel it was missing in your input: the ability to raise, defend, consolidate, and support township economies. Townships are the new gold, and townships are the new economic opportunities in our areas. We really believe our townships, informal settlements, and hostels are the new backbone of economic growth, that they need guidance, they need support, they need all the relevant resources so that they can be in a position to prosper. We present, President, on the table a partnership fund of 300 million rands that we are directing to Abogogo and Abomkulu that are selling on the street so that they can sell even when it rains, so that they can sell even at night. We want to give them that opportunity to have proper infrastructure to sell their goods. We also want new investments that are coming to the townships, to be investments that will incorporate those entrepreneurs that open the shops that me and you bought from Ubaba Makumalo or Ubaba Mtimkulu, who had that corner shop at the townships. We are remodeling those shops and we are providing the additional resources that are needed in that particular area. Comrade President, we've identified 10 high growth areas in Gauteng, and your speech provides that opportunity for us to integrate some of our provinces so that we can be in a position to have economic opportunities for all in our areas. One good area is for us to ensure that Gauteng becomes the hub for automotive sector. We want to continue to work with the Development, Trade and Industry Department, and also work with the Department of Science and Innovation, as well as OEMs, to develop a South African supply network as we cross over to the new frontier of automobility. You are right, Comrade President. The future belongs to electric vehicles. You are right, Comrade President. The future belongs to the automotive industry that is capable, able, and is possible for this particular industry to create more jobs. It is our humble view that South Africa has earned its stripes to move up the value chain of this sector. We are ready to support the infrastructure development that has been proposed to link Tshwane and East London so that a new corridor can be developed to transport the motor vehicles to that corridor and create new opportunities. The Tshwane Automotive SEZ is ready to showcase its commitment to the auto sector. And Mr. President, we welcome the work of the Southern Rail Corridor linking Tshwane to the new port of Ngcuka. Our commitment is to support this initiative. But we are nothing without the new 4IR. And we present ourselves to be at the center of that 4IR as Gauteng. And the center of the new 4IR in Gauteng is what you projected as the Lanseria Smart City. And I can report back to this honorable house, the Lanseria Smart City is about to rise. We have put all the necessary resources from the investment that was needed to ensure that there's bulk services and to the support that we've just received from the Department of Human Settlement. Lanseria Smart City will be the ideas for digitalization. Lanseria Smart City will be the home of Internet of Things. Lanseria Smart City will be the home of cloud computing. Lanseria Smart City will be the enterprise resource planning, virtual manufacturing, artificial intelligence, but most importantly, intelligent robotics. We want collaboration with national departments, hence our argument, President, that red tape must be minimized and red tape must make things to be possible. We are also excited, together with the Premier of Limpopo, President, Limpopo and Gauteng are interlinked and organically unified. We need a speed train that will move from Tshwane to Limpopo and connect with Maputo, and we are ready to take advantage of that opportunity and expand the Gautrain to that area. We are excited about this idea, President. We are only requesting one thing and one thing from you, President. Red tape must fall and allow this opportunity to rise so that we can have the train between the two provinces. We are also excited that we have finalized discussions with AXA. President, the new economy is cargo. We need to move cargo from one point of our province to another point of our province, and we've entered into an important agreement with OR Tambo International Airport, where they're expanding a new cargo section that is going to increase the opportunity of transporting cargo in our province. We are excited with this opportunity, and we really believe it's a very important opportunity for all of us. President, we have started to revitalize one of South Africa's oldest industrial hubs called the Vaal region. The Vaal Mega City program got a capital injection from Citibank from the UK to establish a hydrogen valley that will create almost 30,000 new opportunities in our 30,000 opportunities in our province. This is another confirmation that if we work together with the private sector, we can create opportunities for all. Comrade President, there are some people in this House questioned your commitment when you said there were 2 million opportunities that were created in the last 18 months of our government. I want to confirm the almost 1 million opportunities that came from our Nasi Spani program in Gauteng. We agree, President, that we need tangible jobs. We agree, President, that we need firm jobs. But while you are still developing your industrial policies, while you are still developing quality jobs, the poor and the unemployed must eat every day without failure. And our opportunities, therefore, can fill the entire FNB stadium, can be filled by people who from today, President, they are not asking money for Vaseline or any other thing. They can go to the shop and buy on their own because they've earned those particular opportunities. Comrade President, I want to close on this score, and my apologies to those that are partners in the government of national unity. Comrade President, there is something that is called the Basic Education Amendment Laws. I'm asking you, President, politely and respectfully so, sign that law. Sign that law. There must be no institution here, President, when the 6th administration and this particular House has passed that particular law. And the law is very simple, President. We are prepared to listen to any other person that wants to raise any view. But the law is simple. All our children must be in the same classroom and taught by the same teacher. What's wrong with that particular proposal? What's wrong with that particular proposal? That the language of teaching must incorporate all 12 languages, that there must be no language that is excluded. What's wrong with that particular proposal? That every child that is in ECD must be a formal education system starting from ECD. What's wrong with that particular proposal? And therefore, President, sign that particular law. We'll debate later with all other people. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Clark.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the House Chairperson, to the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, and Honourable President. Today, we stand at a critical juncture as we discuss the National Health Insurance. While the Democratic Alliance has always championed universal health care and access to health care, we must ensure that our solutions are both practical and sustainable. As part of the National Government of Unity, it is our duty to uphold our principles while offering constructive recommendations. The ANC NHI proposal aims to centralise power, eliminate private medical options, and impose significant tax burdens on our citizens. These elements are fraught with risks and could undermine the very goal of equitable health care for all. Firstly, the extensive powers granted to the Minister of Health are deeply concerning. The Minister will essentially control the fund from setting prices to having the ability to determine which service providers would be entitled to provide services over another. The concentration of power invites corruption and inefficiency, as we have seen with the state-owned entities. The DA proposes an independent watchdog to oversee health entities, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, the elimination of the two-tier healthcare system will overwhelm our already strained public healthcare sector, forcing citizens into a single, overburdened system will degrade the quality of care for everyone. Instead, we should enhance private health care, access through social reinsurance system, lowering costs and improving benefits, while cross-subsidising care for the poor. Thirdly, the financial viability of the NHI is questionable. Without a recent feasibility study, we cannot accurately assess the costs of the NHI. Treasury's reluctance to commit full funding exacerbates this uncertainty. The DA recommends a phased approach, beginning with fixing the current public health infrastructure and ensuring sustainable funding mechanisms before full implementation. Additionally, the Act fails to address provincial debts, such as the Eastern Cape's massive medico-legal claims, raises serious concerns about its financial sustainability. We must ensure that provinces are not left to bear these burdens alone. Furthermore, the accreditation process for health providers is unworkable in the current form. Most facilities, especially in rural areas, lack the resources to meet the stringent standards. The DA advocates for practical solutions to improve rather than penalise our healthcare providers. Lastly, the creation of a national health information system raises significant privacy concerns. We must ensure robust protections against data breaches and maintain the practicality of such systems in areas lacking basic infrastructure. The recent cyber attacks on the NHLS proves just how debilitating vulnerable ICT infrastructure can be. Last night in your speech, Mr. President, you said, and I quote, "There's a broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the private and the public sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally." You also stated, in implementing NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences, clarities, and misunderstandings. As the Democratic Alliance, we welcome these discussions and will be watching this space closely. In conclusion, while we support the goal of universal health care, the NHI Act as it stands is not the answer. The DA's recommendations offer a balanced approach that addresses corruption, enhances accountability, and improves access to quality healthcare for all South Africans. Let's work together to build a healthcare system that truly serves the needs of our people. Mr. President, the DA is committed to work with your team of weavers, tabling recommendations, ensuring that we achieve the necessary outcomes enshrined within Section 27 of our Constitution in terms of quality healthcare. I look forward in working with my colleagues of the GNU within the Health Committee, achieving the best possible outcomes for every South African in this country. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Breed.
Dankie, Huisvoorsitter. I was full of hope yesterday when we had an opening of Parliament that didn't have the usual chaos from our colleagues in the red. And I thought that we might get to the job at hand this year and that we would really be able to restore and build South Africa together. But I was wrong.
Order. Honourable members, please allow the speaker at the podium. Honourable Breed, will you take your seat for a moment, please? Honourable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising in terms of Rule 92, read with Rule 85, subsection 1. In terms of that rule, a member may not cast aspersions. The member is casting aspersions on our organization.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Aspersions is to be cast on individual members, and the Honourable Breed, I believe, actually appreciated your behaviour of last night. Honourable Breed, please continue. Honourable Matthys.
I stand on the same point of order. You're also just out of order, so I'm calling order on you, House Chair. And this is not the first time you
Honourable
did the same
Matthys,
thing during
please
the
take
budget
your
vote
seat.
there. You don't know how to chair a house, and we are not going to sit here and allow you and your white supremacist speaker there to come and talk about
Honourable
us
Matthys,
disrupting a
please
house.
take your seat.
No, I won't suggest her. Do your job properly.
Honourable
Or
Matthys.
don't come here. We can't be insulted by you.
Honourable Matthys, I have made a ruling in terms of the rules. If you're not happy with that ruling, please write to the Speaker. Honourable Breed, please continue.
Dankie, Huisvoorsitter. Agbare meneer die president. Ek voel vir die eerste keer sedert ek die politieke arena as 'n student betree het, dat Suid-Afrika op die pad na groter en beter dinge is. Die planne was vir eens realisties. Ons moet fokus op ekonomiese groei en werkskepping, armoede asook lewenskoste moet verlaag word en ons moet 'n bekwame en etiese staat van ontwikkeling daarstel. Ek dink wel dat hierdie planne ons kan oorweldig en moet ons eens wees en vir mekaar sê dat hierdie goeie planne gaan misluk as daar nie werklike dienslewering op voetsoolvlak geskied nie. En dit beteken dat ons op ons munisipaliteite gaan moet fokus. During this week's budget vote debate,
much, House Chair.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, will you just take a seat, please? I want to recognize the Honourable Ndlozi. Honourable Ndlozi.
House Chair, you are amending the program, ambushing us. We don't have this program of this speaker. And I think it would have been prudent either to share or explain rather than just ambush us. We have agreed times as to how long this debate must take place. Speakers have been released and now there's someone here.
Yes, no, thank you, Honourable Ndlozi. The speakers list has been updated, and it's incumbent on the table staff to ensure that all the chief whips of party get the speakers list. The Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Council is the next speaker. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, you may proceed.
How long does he have?
The Honourable Deputy Chairperson, will you proceed? Please get the speakers list to the Honourable members.
We didn't get, I started by saying we haven't received it.
Yes, they will ensure that you get it.
How long does he have?
Honourable Member, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP will now proceed. Please ensure that the speakers list is provided to the whippery of the EFF.
Thank you very much once again, House Chair. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, National Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy Speaker, House Chairpersons, the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Honorable B.F. Slabisa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, Mr. President, we want to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of the 6 firefighters who tragically lost their lives in the KZN Midlands whilst bravely battling the R617 Boston Road fire. These were first respondents, Mr. President and colleagues. These are first respondents that risked their lives to save the lives of other citizens in our province. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and their families and the survivors, and we wish them a swift and speedy recovery. Yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Honourable B.F. Slabisa, made statements in this House which have resonance with this joint sitting in starting a new chapter in our country's history. Undeniably, the title of this chapter is the Government of National Unity. From this chapter, our pages will be filled by one common theme of reshaping and the political landscape of our nation and leading to the molding of a coalition government that reflects the collective will of the South African electorate. Honourable House Chair, the IFP's unwavering commitment to the Government of National Unity serves as a testament to our principled dedication to the well-being of our nation. We have always been a party that prides itself on constructive engagement, rooted in a belief in unity and progress for the betterment of our country. As IFP, we pledge to never let go of the values of servant leadership. Our participation in the NGU means that we now have a greater responsibility of transparency, accountability for the upliftment of all South Africans. We are undoubtedly called by a diverse group of South Africans to find each other, reconstruct the fabric of our society, and rebuild the nation's pride. The legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, characterized by statesmanship and advocacy, continues to resonate within the chambers of this Parliament. His steadfast commitments to justice and equity stands as an enduring example for all those who seek to serve our nation. As we navigate the complexities of the changing climate and socio-economic landscape, the IFP's advocacy for responsive government and tangible outcomes resonates deeply. It is our resolve to foster a stable and effective GNU that should be a testament to the unwavering belief in the transformative power of collaboration and collective action. I thank the President of the country for recognizing the poor condition of eThekwini's infrastructure. Mr. President, I grew up in eThekwini. This is the only metro in KwaZulu-Natal and is the economic hub of our province. Sadly, it is no longer the shining gem it once was. But I feel encouraged by the government of national unity that has found traction in the province. And the commitment by the President in his address last night to restore eThekwini to his former glory. Mr. President, I will hold you to that. Emphasis must be placed on the continued and far-reaching impact of natural disasters on the lives of the vulnerable communities in KwaZulu-Natal, which requires better intergovernmental coordination to effectively address prevailing challenges. The National Disaster Management Center should strive to ensure that all provinces meet a minimum set of requirements in disaster response readiness, addressing the current unevenness in provincial capabilities. The sets of standards are not a one-shoe-fits-all, but must rather be a response to the individual needs of each province. And whilst reference has been made to KwaZulu-Natal, in this instance, we must not forget other provinces who have been through climate change and natural disasters. It is imperative that all stakeholders in the disaster response chain act urgently, align with the gravity of the national disasters, and be able to respond to those communities who have been affected. While we acknowledge the recent commencement of the 7th dispensation, we express gratitude to the KwaZulu-Natal Premier, the Honorable A.T. Ntuli, and his cabinet for their commendable response to disasters in the region. Honorable members, the NGU will face judgment by the people of this country in providing services, and this is the essence of why we are in this type of government. We must not fail our people. And as the government of national unity, we must commit to ensure that the needs of the people come first. Servant leadership must be the cornerstone of everything that we do. And I thank you, Honorable President, honorable members.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Honorable Shavambu.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Commander-in-Chief, in the struggle for total economic emancipation in the entire African continent, the leadership of the Progressive Caucus here in the 7th Parliament, let me do what should have been done by now and acknowledge the presence of former President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma in our presence here in Parliament today. President, we had said in the budget vote on national treasure that we, as the economic freedom fighters, stand categorically opposed to the government, the so-called government of national unity. We correctly stated that a sensible approach should have been to construct a revolutionary government, a progressive government of forces whose umbilical cords are buried in the same yard. Maybe we're wrong to think that and believe that we share a common heritage and perspective with those that chose to constitute a government with neoliberal and neo-colonial forces. Instead of constituting a progressive government, the president of the ANC assembled a bloated executive of open-armor puppets, of semi-literate matriculants, of apartheid apologists, of ex-convicts, of waffling careerists, and called them a government of national unity. That was what we're dealing with now. And as if that is not enough, he comes here yesterday, he calls them beds, sunyenyani. Say, if I'm mfumu wa sunyenyani, izinyoni, ulumeni wezinyoni, umuso wa dinonyane. That is what we're dealing with. So he likened this government as government of sociable weaver beds, which are well known for building sophisticated nests But one thing that you must know about birds is that only those that look like each other flock together. They identify with each other. However sophisticated and beautiful the nest that they build will be, they will never even allow the most peaceful of birds, a dove, to enter that nest. So this social weaver needs birds that you are bragging about and speaking about here will always associate with themselves. Maybe you are correct that that is what you intend to achieve as a social weaver birds, 75 birds in the executive, bloated executives, 77, which are supposed to be government of South Africa, who are supposed to be constituting a government. Now, on the 15th of July 2024, the National Film and Video Foundation, the NFVF, issued a call for South Africans to nominate people who must receive the awards for the South African Film and Television Awards. I want to propose here, House Chairperson, that we should nominate Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa for the SAFTAS Awards for Best Fiction. If there is no such a category, we must introduce a category of even a Lifetime Achiever Award on fiction, because everything else that it represents is just fictions. So the NFVF, Minister of Arts and Culture, is a very important instrument in the Department of Arts and Culture. So before you introduce the sporting code of spinning mostly stolen cars, you should pay attention to the NFVF so that you can deal with all of these issues clearly. That is what we're dealing with. Now, the nomination is based on the following fact. In 2018, after the coup d'etat, which we regrettably supported as the EFF, what Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa said, he said, we are determined that expropriation without compensation should be implemented in a way that increases agricultural production, improves food security, and ensures that the land is returned to those from whom it was taken under colonialism and apartheid. Did that happen? No. He said again that starting this year, free higher education and training will be available to first-year students from households with a combined gross income of 350,000. Is that happening? There's no free education in South Africa. He said that we're going to forge ahead with the localization program through which products like textile, clothing, furniture, rail rolling stock, and water meters are designated for local procurement. Do we have got local procurement in South Africa out of those products? No. He further said that we're going to improve our capacity to support black professionals, deal decisively with companies that resist transformation. Is it dealing with that? No. He further said that moving forward, young South Africans will be moved to be at the center of the economic agenda. Are young people at the center of our economic agenda? No. He even further said that government will honor its undertaking to set aside at least 30% of public procurement to small, medium, and macro enterprises, cooperatives, and township and rural enterprises. Is such happening? No. He even said that he's going to accelerate the land redistribution program, not only to redress the grave historical injustice, but also to bring more producers into the agricultural sector and to make more land available for cultivation. Is that happening? No. So this person deserves a lot of awards. The closing date of that nomination for SAFTAS Awards for Best Fiction is the 9th of August. Let's make sure we nominate him so that he is awarded for all these fictions. Yesterday he came here to even add to a lot of fictional imaginations, claiming 2 million jobs that are not there. Leave the 2 million jobs whom we said you have created yourself. There are no 2 million jobs that were created since you took over as the president yourself in South Africa. Where does the 2 million come from? It only comes from the figments of your imagination. It comes from your creative writing skills, which you must be awarded for in terms of what is expected. Now, even if these fictions were possible, there is no money to finance such. Currently, we have got debt obligations of upward of 5 trillion rands.
We expend 384 billion rands on debt service costs. That is the biggest expenditure item on the budget of South Africa. And that debt is rising. From your cabinet, the cabinet of Bays, you came, the only thing that you changed was to say from medium-term strategic framework to medium-term development programs. But the content and the essence of what your government stands for has not changed. You have not even made a commitment that are going to move away from the debt obligations that characterizes the state. Now let's call in Thomas Isidore and Noel Sankara. He says that debt is neocolonialism, in which the colonizers have transformed themselves into technical assistants. We should rather say technical assassins. Under its current form, control dominated by imperialism. That is skillfully managed reconquest of Africa, intended to subjugate its growth and development through foreign rules. That is what is the trajectory of this government, the continuation of debt obligations that are not sustainable. We are going to give a far much more substantial perspective of what is to be done moving forward. But one issue that we want to highlight is that South Africa should optimally utilize its strategic partnerships with countries in the BRICS Forum, Brazil, Russia, China, and India. And of course, now added the UAE, Ethiopia, and all these other countries. Now, if you were to check what Ethiopia got to benefit out of its strategic partnership with the People's Republic of China, is that over the past 15 years, Ethiopia's economy has grown average of 10%. They built a railway from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, which is a neighboring country, which is coastal, of 759 kilometers, to lead an export-led industrial development manufacturing plan, which is reducing poverty, is giving jobs to our people. That is what is happening in that, and that is through proper, meaningful usage of strategic partnerships with countries that relate with. The Commander-in-Chief is correct that when you exclude the global balance of forces in trying to design domestic politics, you will completely miss the point. You will never achieve anything domestically without locating it within the global economy. South Africa, this is not going to go anywhere. They disagree on everything, on Bella Bill, on NHI, on the source of energy. These ones of the DA, even those who are leading the department, are saying that we must discontinue coal. You can't discontinue coal in South Africa as a source of electricity. We have to have a clear agenda. There is no developmental state that is not based on a common, sound, ideological perspective. All developmental states must be founded on a sound ideological basis. And what we have created now is confusion, which is going to take South Africa backward. And that is what we stand. But we are inspired that the Progressive Caucus is going to take South Africa forward and take political power from this government of national confusion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Mr. Larkis.
Honourable House Chair, even though some in this House are still in denial, the fact remains that South Africa now has a government of national unity in place. They can launch frivolous court challenges to contest the fact, but that will not stop those on this side of the House getting on with the business of government and delivering for all South Africans. House Chair, as we celebrate the GNU, we must ensure that Parliament remains robust. Without debate, without constructive criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. Parliament is a separate branch of government, independent of the executive and the judiciary. Part of our constitutional mandate is to hold the executive to account. The opposition does not have a monopoly on this role. In a robust democracy, the active participation of backbench MPs from all parties is vital as it adds value to the legislative oversight role of Parliament. So, Mr. President, it's up to us as Parliament to ensure that the strategic objectives put before us last night are monitored by every committee, that we get the public engaged, and that we help where we can to make it succeed. And we will do the same to ensure that laws passed in this House create the freedom and the jobs we need. We will help your executive to deliver on this by holding them to account and monitoring their progress every step of the way. We must make this Parliament and this government of national unity work, because there is no real alternative. House Chairperson, when the Honourable Mandela in 2014 started taking all the EFF speaking time for himself, I thought I would never hear anything more boring. I was proven wrong this morning when we all lost 30 minutes of our lives that we will never get back. Because for something to be a meaningful contribution, it has to not only be constructive but also intelligent and entertaining. What we have heard this morning from the Leader of the Opposition meets none of these three criteria. If there's one contribution that the official opposition does make, it is to serve as a visible and audible reminder of the trouble we will find ourselves in if we don't succeed. Their caucus attendance register reads like the index to the Zondo report, with one notable absentee, the face of state capture, usually in Nkandla, but today pulling the strings from the gallery. The man who, apart from all the looting, was once responsible for the largest cabinet in the world, Honourable Mokoena. And then we have the EFF. Overalls serving as a cover-up for the empty Gucci suits paid for by starving gogos whose money went into VBS Bank. And as I have said before in the other House Chairperson, if the MK and the EFF is the future, Mr. President, the future is not very bright. Dan het ons ook die agbare Adams, wat duidelik nog ontsteld is oor die feit dat hulle sy voel gevat het.
Honourable member, will you take your seat, please? Please pass the mic to the honourable member.
Chairperson, you see, we have respect.
What is your point of order?
Listen, Chairperson, we just want to put this thing into perspective.
Honourable member,
we must respect our leader, and we're not going to actually have
honourable
a white man coming here to disrespect our
honourable
leader
member,
in front of us.
It's not a
that
point of
must
order.
Actually say it's not a point of order.
It's not a point of order.
Whiteboard is going to come here and disrespect our leader.
Please take your seat.
The manner that is actually doing.
Honourable member, please take your seat. Honourable member, please look at the rules of the joint sitting. You cannot get up and just start a speech. You rise on a point of order, you say what your point of order is, and then a ruling will be made. So please do not do that again. Follow the rules. Please continue, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. So many buttons were pushed there. Terug by die agbare Adams se voel. Agbare lid, jy moet na jou voel kyk. Ek sou my geskaam het as ek jy was.
Honourable Michaelakis, please take your seat. Yes, honourable member. Honourable members, I can't hear the speakers from the floor if you also comment. So please give me a fair chance to be able to make a ruling.
To be insulted by a white man led by an illiterate is a crown we wear with pride.
No, honourable member, that's not a point of order. Please proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chair. But there is hope, Honourable House Chair, for those who have been seeking opportunity and real freedom. There were some breakthrough announcements by the President last night that the DA has put on the table over the past few years, suggestions that will get South Africans into jobs again. Mr. President, thank you for including these constructive suggestions that we agree on, and thank you to the millions of South Africans who backed these initiatives, such as the review of the fuel price model, the increased basket of VAT-excluded food items, to abolish cadre deployment and end political interference in the public service, and the release of state land as a priority for meaningful land reform, to mention a few. House Chairperson, we have to make the GNU, in defense of our Constitution, work, because the alternative is simply too ghastly to contemplate. We wish the President and his executive well in this mammoth task. We do so with one message, Mr. President. Where you should be held accountable, you will find a Parliament that stands ready to do its oversight duty as required by the people of this country. And where you act in their interest, you will find us standing behind you in support. We wish you and this government well. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Bobane. Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker, I rise here in respect of the son of the soil, the only patriot in this country, the dedicated servant of this country who has served the people of this country with dedication. President Zuma, President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, so we'd like to thank you for coming and then to see your team performing today, President. Thank you very much for coming. On another note, I would like to convey a message of condolences to a family member of the DMV who passed on yesterday. A lot of military veterans in this country are not treated as the veterans of the other color. So we pay a convenience. The member passed on yesterday at on the 18th of July. Antonio Gramsci, in his prison writings, Cultural Hegemony, describes how the state and the ruling capitalist class use their power and state machinery to suppress the same people they claim to be representing. This is evident with the former ruling party, ANC, and Gramsci calls it a pitfall of national consciousness. History has taught us that liberation movement in Africa becomes irrelevant to the society after 30 years in power. Typical examples is Chama Chama Mapinzo, a party that was led by late Julius Mwalimu Nyerere in Tanzania, Frelimo in Mozambique, led by late Samora Machel, SWAPO in Namibia, led by the late Semnu Joma and Nandimbo, Toivo ya Toivo, and the last one to be rejected is the ANC of Ramaphosa on the 29th of May. The people of South Africa said it loud and clear to the ANC. They say, Hamba ANC, asisakufuni. They gave you below 50%, which means you fail the society of South Africa. On the 29th of May. It was the people of South Africa that decided their fate, not the market, as usually you used to say, that it's a market that you respect more than the people who voted for you. And as usual, Mr. President, you started to use Chapter 9 institution, IEC, which is not independent anymore, but rather became the subcommittee of the ANC to do your dirty job. What happened to the ANC, to the IEC? We were there, we were watching. The IEC is riddled with loophole. It needs to either be reformed, revamped, and be redone from scratch. That institution, all political parties are only able to monitor it on the voting day and on the counting day only. Anything else from there, on capturing of the slip, on auditing, you need to know this because you don't know about the IEC institution that you are running. It's riddled with loopholes, and from there onwards, the official, they do as they please. They capture numbers that do not tally with the slip, and they are not monitored. That's why, as the MK, we do not recognize this president, because the election was stolen. That institution, you can see one of the executive is Dr. Masego. It doesn't audit its executive. A member stole millions in the bank, but the member comes and works for the IEC. The whole of that institution does not vet its staff. They are all full on there, working unvetted because they do the bidding for the ANC. With all the evidence we provided to the IEC, we did everything in our power. We provided every evidence, and then we're still going to challenge that in court through and through. We're not going to give up on that. The GNU, abakufuni ku-GNU, because we were blocking the IPPs, abakufuni tata. The GNU is a group of people who are trying to protect the president that his time has passed. It is ballooned, and the president says he needs to save cost, and there is no money in the country, but you are busy ballooning the executive.
Order, honorable members. Order.
On your speech, Mr. President, you spoke about inclusive economic growth. Whatever name it is, there's no inclusive growth that you've ever seen. Most of the business people that I know in the middle classes, they are not included in your economic growth. You are busy assisting the monopolies to grow in their economies, but our SMMEs and our middle class business people are at poverty. You've neglected the poorest of the poor. You spoke about the reduction of poverty. There's no reduction of poverty. In your tenure, the poverty has escalated. The high cost of living of our people is so expensive. There's no reduction of poverty, and the tackling of cost of high living, you haven't done it. You have failed even on that one. You spoke about redistribution of wealth. Wealth is not being redistributed. There are no opportunities for black middle class poor people, worse the ones at the lowest level. In your speech, there is too much we will, we will, we will. It's empty promises as usual. The will stands for promises, as people say in politics, but yours are empty promises. Remember, Mr. President, the first openings of Parliament in your presidency, how you were dramatic with a Tumamina song of Hugh Masekela, telling people that you will remove the red tapes, you will remove the barriers to entry in business. You said you will restructure the economy. You said you'll reduce the monopolies in our economy. It was dramatic, but today all we see are those we will again, which are flat. You said we are simplifying the regulations on public-private partnerships to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development. You must explain it, how is this going to be done to us?
as people. As the government of national unity, your government of national unity, you said we are resolved to intensify on our investment drive, encouraging and enabling business to invest in productive capacity. And your investment conference has yielded nothing out of all of this. You spoke of trillions and trillions in these investment conferences, but there is nothing. Instead, the country is deep in debt. You spoke about red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burden that hold black businesses from creating jobs. Where is this directive? You speak about a directive that you will say the department must remove the red tapes. There's no directive that you will issue, Mr. President, to these entities. It's just a cheap talk and a cheap talk that you say. There's nothing, no directive, nothing that you've given to this department. Where's the EPWP? The EPWP, you've used it for electioneering. We've seen it in KZN after finishing the voting. It was cancelled again.
Order, honorable members. Order.
You see, President, I cringe when I cringe because I know this has nothing to do with the people of South Africa. All these things you're saying. Even the investment you speak about that you're going to invest in Africa and above, it's all a cheap talk. All what we're going to see is monopolies going to Zambia's, opening malls and opening ShopRite and Clicks, but there's no black people of ours that will go out in the Africa and invest. Your speech, Mr. President, was hollow, it was cheap talk, and there was nothing that we can applaud you on. You wasted our time yesterday, completely wasted our time. Instead, Mr. President, if you wanted our black people that you want to push to the African country, you must push the trip, business people that are selling shoes. You must push the Batu to Africa to open the market for them. You must push the Xhosa clothing brand, the gentlemen that sell Xhosa clothing. You must push the brand, the Zulu clothing brand. You must push the Tsonga shoes. There's a gentleman who sells the Tsonga shoes. Those are the people you must push when you go and invest in the brands in Africa. But you are failing again to do that. You only push the monopolies, the ShopRite, the Pick and Pays, all the Stellenbosch. They've opened all the businesses in Africa and abroad, and you leave our people here, and you don't push them to go open the business in the African countries. So your speech was hollow. It's not bringing hopes to our people, and it doesn't give us anything to benefit from. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I now invite to the podium the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and my warm and sincere greetings to Honorable President Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy President Paul Mashatile. I must say that 12 minutes can be a very, very, very long time when you don't know what to say. And I want to say the following to the previous speaker, that I think he'll be served exceptionally well by directing the arguments against the IEC to the Electoral Court. So I really want to pursue you, not to withdraw the case, but to pursue that case, and hopefully you'll be able to prevail. So on the occasion of the inaugural Lekgotla of the 7th administration, the President made an inspired decision to invite one of the most preeminent and prolific political economy scholars in the country, Mr. J.P. Landman. Mr. Landman delivered a compelling paper, and that paper is titled From Crisis to Opportunity, A Path to Sustainable Growth. And that decision is inspired at two levels. The first one was it is important that we are able to invite outside parties who will be able to provide a critical analysis, a critique of the performance of the South African economy in this instant, and we are able to get better insights on how best to improve the situation going into the future. And what Mr. Landman did was to compute a longitudinal study of the South African economic performance over an extended period of time. And he was able to illustrate that that period is punctuated by a number of tectonic events. And these events include the Great Depression of 1929, the crisis, the oil crisis of the 1970s, the financial crisis of 2008, and the most recent headwinds of COVID-19 of 2019, amongst the others. And he was able to illustrate that they were on a correct path, but there are things that requires our collective attention. And in his own independent computation, contrary to what has been shared before us here, was that we have returned to pre-COVID levels from a position of, if you had to use multiple matrices, including the issues around jobs, that we've been able to claw back those jobs, although we still have a lot to do for us to be able to address this situation. But it's also important because there has to be a greater appreciation that, unlike what has been deposited here by Dr. Hlophe, he makes the point that the scholars of political science suggest that the government of national unity are only constructed to respond to an emergency or a crisis. I want to suggest to you that there's more contemporaneous studies that suggest that it's not only about emergency or crisis, but the possibility of collectively pursuing an opportunity that presents in the context of a geopolitical crisis. I am making this point because, as the good doctor will know, is that we've got both an intellectual and academic responsibility to surface alternatives and, if you like, counter views when we posit an argument. And in fact, what we have done amounts to, if you like, an intellectually and academically incompetent argument. And I'm saying that with the greatest of respect. So it's important that we are able to pull this together. And then the issue of the GNU. I must say that the African National Congress entered into this arrangement and it has not lost its character. We have always and remain of the following view in our characterization of the South African conflict, that is underpinned by three interrelated and antagonistic contradictions of race, class, and gender. And the resolution of this question gets to be articulated in the most substantive fashion in the crisp apex priorities of this 7th administration. And I want to say to Honorable Maimane that we are not all over the place. We simply identify the three priorities. I'll unpack those. As I confront what I refer to the Malema oxymoron. What do I mean by the Malema oxymoron? So it is acceptable for the EFF to enter into an arrangement with the DA and other parties to displace the ANC in Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Johannesburg. But when we do that, we get to be labeled. The oxymoron goes further. He makes the following point. He says that this is a sellout arrangement. And essentially what President Matamela Ramaphosa delivered yesterday was authored by the Oppenheimers. And then in the same argument, he says, but this is a repeat of what Mandela Ramaphosa has been saying all along. So this articulation really belongs to us. It's the originality of this. So that is the oxymoron I'm referring to. Let me go to the substantive issues. The first issue on inclusive growth and job creation. The President Ramaphosa makes the following point, that there is a need for us to beneficiate the minerals. Honorable Shivambo says that the geopolitical consideration should be factored in the speech. Of course, there's an undercurrent of that in his articulation. What do we know about the clean conversation about the just transition? We know that the Western industrialized North are likely going to introduce artificial barriers in the form of carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So it is important that for us to protect our industry, that the generation that support the production of these products that serves the Western and industrialized markets should come from cleaner forms of technology. And what do we know about the possibility of clean forms of technology? Is that we have to have an appreciation of the entire value chain, that there are minerals that constitute what I refer to as the battery economy. So this is cobalt, nickel, copper, rare earth elements, PGMs, to mention but a few. And a significant number of those are found here. And that's why on the back of an industrial policy, having concluded the cadastral system that Minister Mantashe is referring to, we are able to articulate in the most comprehensive and coherent manner what these opportunities present as we evolve towards the electric cars, the displacement of an internal combustion engine to be replaced by electric vehicles. South Africa's market is much bigger than that's the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but the possibilities goes beyond. And when you go to the issues around green hydrogen, the appreciation is even much better. The hard-to-abate sectors, we are sitting with those endowments, and South Africa is sitting pretty to exploit these opportunities going into the future. So that sits in that articulation of President Ramaphosa. Just a few months ago, we got to be accused that the kind of progress we are making, spectacular progress, in the resolution of the preeminent and existential question that was facing the South African economy, that of load shedding. We are accused as we're moving closer to the election, by all quarters, by the way, that this is an election gimmick, that in fact, after the elections, load shedding will come back. And in fact, the leader of the EFF, Honorable Malema, he was even prophetic. And he said on the 29th of May at 10, the lights will go off. We are 113 days today without load shedding. And when I was advised that respond to this question. When I looked deep, I said it doesn't warrant a response. But in fact, what it calls for is education. It's a very complex engineering question to understand. And I'm going to give myself time to be able to educate you so that there's a greater level of appreciation. But we also, on the issues of reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, President Ramaphosa makes the point about expanding the flow of the social wage. When I'm talking about the social wage, I'm not only talking about transfers. The 340 SRD grant is the threshold of water and electricity that we give to the poor. And the zero rating, the expansion of the zero VAT rating of the basket of food. President Ramaphosa refers to that in his articulation. Surely, someone who defends and expands the social wage can't be a sellout. He's someone who's on the side of the poor and doing everything to ensure that we address this question. I want to say, as I move closer to conclusion, that we are going to protect also the interest of the poor to the extent that their wages and their disposable income is eroded by the exponential increases with regards to electricity tariffs. And it is at this point that we are going to super exploit our renewable endowments in the form of the sun and the wind speeds that are found in the Cape provinces. And in this way, we are able to green faster, cheaper, more affordable, and we are able to achieve universal access as we continue the agenda of reindustrializing the South African economy, as we articulate a comprehensive economic growth policy undergirded by an industrial policy and an energy policy, and we'll be coming out to articulate the integrated energy plan going into the country. And the last one is around building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The turnaround, as an example, that we are seeing in ESCOM, it's not an act of miracle. It is a deliberate, calculated, orchestrated engineering effort to respond to an existential problem on the economic front by competent men and women of ESCOM who are diligent. Chalmers Johnson, one of the most foremost scholars on the political economy of countries, when he studies the Asian tigers, he makes the point that what is common about those Asian tigers is that the state was never in retreat. The state led the developmental agenda and was able to aggregate all of society, including business, behind a common agenda. The second one he makes is a concentration of pockets of excellence, what we call SOEs, and that those are the major drivers. We're able to push back state capture at ESCOM, and that's why the lights are on. It's because of the honest men and women. But that's not only restricted to the public sector. The private sector also has an obligation, and we can see the decimation, the devastation that has been visited on VBS. The poor who have spent all of their savings with the intention of retiring happy, their lives were destroyed by the greedy and those who don't have the interests of the poor at heart. As I conclude this, I want to say the following, drawing from the counsel of President Mandela. He has the following to say: difficulties break some men, but others make others. No axe sharp enough to cut the soul of a man who keeps on trying, one armed with hope that he will rise even in the end. And I'm confident that with this GNU will deliver the results for our people. President O.R. Tambo makes the point. On the occasion of the burial of Joe Kavi, he says the future is bright, the end is glorious, the intervening period is dark and bitter, but finds glory in acts of struggle. The GNU will deliver us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members, please take your seats. Thank you. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The reply by the Honourable President is scheduled for Monday morning at 10 a.m. That is on the 22nd of July. That concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
And that brings us to the end of the robust debate on the opening of Parliament address delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa last night.
And you can see there on your screen members preparing to leave the chamber as the business of today is concluded. So as the chairperson has outlined, you can expect that on Monday at 10 o'clock the President will be replying to all the issues that have been raised during this debate. Yeah, and if you can join us, we'll be bringing you that live at 10 o'clock on Monday morning here on